this home that he built, just him and his family put it all together. And he's got a sunken living room with marble floor,
Really?
a big old king bed up in this elevated bedroom, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. I mean, it's oh my effing god! And then we get out this back out in the street there after we tour his house. Then he shows me the most unique thing about his house. He's the only guy in the entire city that's got one of these. And this stone wall that you're looking at, he pushes the button, and up goes the garage door
Really?
that he bought from the Menards in Eau Claire and hauled down to the down the middle of Mexico. We're
Really?
we're 1,000 miles south of the Mexican border where they live, and and covered it with stone facade so it looks like part of the house. The next day, the second day we were there, we're driving down this back street, this new development kind of thing. The new houses going up a couple three, and there's this new house on the edge of town. Story with pitched roof made of cement. So this has got to be the most opulent, shiny, new, expensive house that's been built in this town. Oh, ever. This is the big one. Wow, I says. Who's a rich bastard that owns that? He says, well, you know him. I said, I do.
It works for
He
you.
says, you've been mucking your night shift for the last 6 years. I've been helping the guy pull calves at 2 o'clock in the morning. He'd have a problem, so he calls me. Well, he's scared enough to call the white guy boss. So he calls Nacho, who calls me. The ones that can't speak English, they know you are their master. They won't look you in the eye because you're better than them when they're talking to you. But you know, have enough of these guys serve here long enough, they're finally getting over that.
Yeah.
Or at least the ones that've been there for 50 years.
Radio check.
Good news.
We're ready to go in 12 minutes, except we do not have a video camera. I just want to make sure he's going to be here.
I have his number. Let me go get it.
So they still do that. You were telling me before, it was kind of funny how they'll just bring somebody up.
You know, if Landon doesn't show.
Payroll, the dude will just be working away.
Oh yeah, they get them trained in when they know there's a job opening. I'm like, maybe one of the milkers is gonna, been here for 2 or 3 years, going home.
This is Andrew. I could probably hop in the first boat
They
in
got the
small
replacement
event
trainer
if
ready to go.
Landon isn't here in time.
All they do
We
is
got a volunteer. Chris
day
Slaughter
before
said he
something's
would
gonna
sit
happen,
in.
they come get a double
Someone
phone
here.
and 9-9 so they can get them,
Who was
get them
it?
signed
That
into
was
the
gonna
office
sit in?
and ready to go.
So you don't have to deal with anything.
Chris
They got it
and
covered.
Chris Slaughter.
They got her covered.
The operation
Wonderful thing.
never skips a beat.
This is true. It is pure joy.
That could work so long as we don't need him on
Yeah, you
shore
need
to
get
keep an
that,
eye on things.
Local Caucasian
True story,
population.
for the most part. Not that there aren't exceptions.
Right.
Okay, yeah, if Landon's not here, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll head down that way.
So how many people on the tour yesterday for the dairy farm?
8, I think it was.
Max, I'll probably be on the first boat. Okay, go have fun. Bring your camera down. Ow. Bring like 4 skiers.
Yeah.
Looks like by that.
What are you doing? Tell me what to do.
4, 8. Got some flat. So the stream quality will probably vary quite a bit while I'm uploading here. What network are you on? This one. 2 or 5? The Truth Network. Oh. Okay, yeah. But it should be done very shortly.
Hey, Mac,
Yeah.
did we change radio channels?
3-3.
Let's go. We're on 1-1. Let's go to WCCN. They got classic rock.
I'm okay with that.
Talk to Landon. He's about 5 to 10 minutes out with Ash and Ben. He said if you want to take the first one, he'll take the next one.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Andrea.
What's your break? What? Oh, so you can now? I found a replacement for Elizabeth. A replacement for Elizabeth. Oh, okay.
Did you want me to add Shannon to video? She's down here. Andrew, you copy? Shannon's down here. I can always ask her.
So you gonna watch Big Packer preseason game tonight?
Well, this might sound weird. I've never watched a Packer game in my
Andrea,
life.
Are you serious?
I have
bored,
my
I can't
sister
help
here.
it. I
She was
have
going
no
to
idea.
the
I
next
just
event,
don't
so
get it.
she'll
I
just
don't
swap
care.
with
I
one.
tell you
So
why.
Elizabeth
I
Martin
don't-
will be doing the
I'd
first
much rather-
event,
I'd
and
much
Landon
rather watch
Dealers
Star
will be
Trek
doing the
era
second
from
event.
back in the 70s.
Okay,
Beam me up,
send her
Scott.
down. We're gonna get this thing rocking in about 5 minutes.
No, I never figured it out. I just
Not even watch the Super Bowl, huh?
no, never.
You know, tell you what, Sunday afternoon.
Let me know if she needs a ride, Andrew.
I know I'm the weird one. I
That
know
would
I'm
probably be
the
helpful.
Can't help
Get down
it.
there a little quicker.
I'd much rather be outside staining and caulking the house or doing something constructive than
There you go.
burning a nice fall day, sitting on my arse,
Yeah.
watching some
Well,
overpaid
DVD
thugs.
is the damn thing. Watch it at night.
We're sending for her in the gate. She'll be cruising down the back of the site here, so just look for her.
The town just comes alive here on the edge now when the Packers
Oh
are
yeah.
playing.
Thanks, Andrea.
Wisconsin, of course.
Max, you get any sleep last night, pal?
Some, not enough.
How late did you stay up?
What was it? Not that
Paul Adams, do you have a radio?
Don Simon teach anything new last night?
Yes.
Did you leave the camera in the boat that's on the water currently?
Willie was about to do, right?
What's that?
I don't was.
Willie's trying to aim up a shot with his
Not in the boat.
What gray-headed guy is it? Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
Shanky towboat. Is there a camera in that boat?
People were put a lid on him. Will, he gets going.
No camera in the boat.
He's got the gift of
Have a camera. Never mind. We have a camera.
Switch the transmitters on the boat.
Shankster driver. The ladies.
4 in this event, 8 in the next.
4 up.
Well, I must be confused. There's only
Slalom goes
on this
3:30.
schedule. There's only 3 total events for the entire, or 4 total, 6 total events for the whole effing day. How can that take till 3:30? I don't get it.
Well,
It's not
nice.
going to. Well, wind. I think they maybe accounted
So
for wind
I
delay.
see
Okay.
girls tricks, boys wakes,
So this is it for the day, right, Max? You see 6?
Yup.
uh,
No jump.
men's 5 wakes, men's 4 tricks.
Please turn on that
We
camera.
got open pro wakes and men's 1 wake. So no jump today. It should go pretty fast, I would think.
Get done real quick.
Hopefully.
Boy, I tell you what, the guy gets done really, really early. been meaning to run out there and ask about things going, but I keep forgetting. I have an excellent memory, but it's really short.
Did you know Blake can recite a label on a Bud Light or what was it? Budweiser.
Budweiser,
bottle?
well, yeah.
Pretty good. So what does that mean? If your memory's short, you gotta have another one? So you can
No, it means when I was
recite it?
a freshman in college, the fraternity, the pledges, so it was one of the things we were required to learn if we're gonna pledge that fraternity.
Stuck with you then, huh?
We did.
Couldn't switch beers though after that.
Yeah, they must turn off the camera.
Didn't screw you up.
Hell yeah.
Please turn on that camera and leave it on
That's the
now.
only thing I learned 35 years ago that I still remember.
Alright. Yeah, we got video.
Make sure that the towboat's radio is working. I got a working radio right here in my hand. Thank you.
Mama Donna. Yeah, she's on. You got another camera you set up? Yep. Doesn't matter. I just wanted to make sure that that was all going. Get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, not too bad. You?
Well, when I did go to bed,
Did you try to keep up with Lee?
Yeah, I was wondering who's gonna be the first one to notice that faux
I
pas.
hung around for a little while and I said, alright, it's really tough. I wasn't gonna win.
No, he's kind of the anchor man these days, isn't he?
I don't know. I suppose
He's the last guy you see in the bar.
I suppose she's doing laundry and sweeping the floor and vacuuming and polishing things. That's her favorite thing to do.
Either or, he just never goes to bed. I haven't figured
Been
it
there,
out.
did that.
says that mowing has to get done.
Trust me, she gets it done.
Do you see the butter knife?
Uh-huh.
Riley
Yeah,
sends
couldn't
every
start
time we
an
go
hour
skiing.
ago.
I get the butter knife.
It's just the last
There you go, that works.
15 minutes.
Megan's
I checked the weather too, and it gets worse up
Alright.
to 11, and then it shifts to the west.
good angle on the push. Nobody cleans
Megan
those.
gonna do
Brandon,
blind
Paige tried to yesterday, didn't even come close to. All style points were all off.
Tumbles.
Oh, you are.
After the 180
You probably will get a raise. Mike,
After if
Molesky,
she was, if her,
Booyah.
said her last
Could be
couple
another
times she
notch
skied
up
and it was a
on
little bit
herself.
chippy that it started hurting her butt a little bit, so she didn't.
We're gonna
She
get
said if
references
it wasn't
every day.
bugging her butt,
Witnesses,
she
Tell
didn't.
her to do them coming down.
Yeah,
carry on.
oh, you're coming. She's gonna go back.
Good morning, Barefoot water skiers and fans, to the 2015 USA Barefoot Waterski National Championships. First skier on the morning is going to be Tricker, Girls 2 Division, Riley Stenson. Front deep water start to 2. Coming in on the right side of the wake, pass number 1. There's a wave, a reverse wave. Skiing it out, Riley Stenson.
We got a predicted high of 88 today, and the chase boat drivers wearing long sleeves.
Wave, reverse wave, stand up, I think. Don't.
Must be from Florida or something. Thinks it's cold.
Yeah, Keith is running around with a sweatshirt on
Yeah, I
and a
know.
hood. I'm like, really, dude?
Yeah, that.
You're from New Hampshire. What's that all about?
Nice first stand-up pass for Riley Stenson. Riley took the silver medal in Girls 2 Wake Slalom already this year at the U.S. National Championships. First pass score for Riley Stenson, 70 points. That ties Riley's personal best score.
Yeah.
Riley did put up an 80 at the 2012 Midwest Regional Championships. We'll see if she sets a new all-time personal best score on pass number 2.
Crowd was getting bigger day to day. Yesterday was much bigger than the day before. Expect that'll continue. Sounds like a big crew coming up for Saturday. Youngdahl said he and Buell and Dave Meyer and Sonny McKay, all those guys are coming. Yeah. Yep, Wolfie's coming. Yep, and they're gonna stay overnight. Arte. They wanna party with Blake.
Getting a real nice shot of the sky here from the towboat.
Andrea, you there? Yep. Go ahead.
Nice video of the vegetation there alongside the lake.
Pass for now, and we'll let her take her second pass if she wants later. 10-4, can you tell me what happened?
And there's the pickup. Riley Stenson on the back. Not sure if we're
Water conditions, Sharon?
not sure if Riley's opting to pass on taking her second run. I'm not hearing anything about a re-ride. She stood up the pass end to end, so I'm suspecting she is electing not to take her second pass. So that's a 70-point score for Riley Stenson. And I believe we're going to see girls 2 competitor Megan Adams flying dock start. Megan's sitting on a personal best score of 140 points. Been watching this young lady ski here the last couple of weeks, getting the tumble turns down all directions, 4 tumbles. Think we're going to see a new personal best score here out of Megan. Megan tied her all-time personal best score of 140 points at 2015 Midwest Regionals this year. Been working hard. Recently went out and trained with David Small. Working on her tumble turns, working on her 1-foots. Got that flyer down pat. So we're going to see the flying dock start here. 100-point start. And I think Megan's going to be well on her way to setting a new personal best all-time score in the trick event. And there it is, front flying dock. Megan's off the dock, up on plane. Ooh, lost the handle there. Lost the handle, boat slowing down. Might not be the pull she asked for. She was cheeking right and just looked like maybe got bounced off the wake. So have a little discussion here with the boat crew, and they're going to turn it around. She's going to get another shot here. Looking like a re-ride, didn't get the pull that she asked for. So we're gonna turn it around and do it again here, folks.
Yeah. 3. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna set up Megan Adams here with a re-ride. She's gonna repeat the flying dock start. I see her getting up on the dock, grabbing the handle. Gonna get the towboat pointing in the right direction here. Looked like we might have had a little bit of a hot boat speed or acceleration there, bouncing Megan off the top of the wake and losing the handle. So we're going to get it dialed back in, have the boat driver make some adjustments, bring Megan back down the lake here past number 1. Megan won the silver medal, or excuse me, the gold medal in the wake slalom event already here at Nationals. Looking to add to it with a gold in tricks. Megan skis out a gold here in tricks that will guarantee her the overall title here in the girls 2 division. And there she goes. Flying dock start coming up on plane. And going for the cheek. Oh, back in. Megan's used to standing up behind, right inside the wake. She may opt to do that, but no, nice cheek out. And there it is, 100-point start for Megan Adams. There's a stand up, sit down. There's a wave. And here comes the tumble turn. Beautiful tumble turn. Nails it. Woo! There's a new personal best. Going for the reverse tumble. Out of time. Beautiful tumble. Nice stand up. Outstanding job for Megan Adams. There's our girls 2 2015 national gold medalist in the tricks event, Megan Adams. Those are great tumbles for Megan. This is the first time she's put the tumbles in a run at a tournament. And just beautiful job keeping. That's a 190-point run for Megan Adams. That breaks her personal best all-time score by 50 points. Those were great tumbles, by the way. She had that handle locked in tight. Beautiful rotation on both of them. Great forward-facing position when she planted. Nailed both of those. I think the reverse was out of time based on the score. So I saw flying dock for 100 points. Stand-up, sit-down, and a reverse wave, basic wave, tumble 360 basic, and then I think we're out of time on the reverse. So we'll see. Megan may opt to repeat the tumbles to get the credit for that reverse tumble. In order to get credit for that reverse, she needs to repeat the basic. So she will have time to pull that off if she's not doing the stand-up, sit-down wave. So we'll see if she goes right back into it. There's some speculation here. Back deep, maybe. Megan's been working on these as well. Joe Knapp says she's been making these long line. Sounds like she did 2 of them. Was that at the Minnesota State tournament? Okay. July 30th. Okay. July tournament, there was a full moon, a 30-mile-an-hour crosswind, and she made 2 in a row. Here it is, back deep, little bouncing. I think she's going to get a re-ride for that. That looked like a hot pull. She was bouncing pretty good there. I think Mike Shanky's going to order a new manicure after that pull. Going to have to take her in to have her nails redone after that. Whatever's left of them, trying to hang on to the handle. So I think we are possibly going to see a re-ride there. Now that would be huge if Megan can stick this back deep water start. That's a 200-point start. Some of these are off. Boy, it said 70, 77. Megan skied her first tournament at the age of 4, and that was the 2007 Minnesota State Championships. And here we go. She's now at 12 years old, winning the overall title at the Nationals in the Girls 2 division. And we got Megan back in the water here. We're going to give that back deep water start another shot. So hopefully she had some words with boat driver Mike Shanky and reminding him that she weighs about 40 pounds wet, and he's not pulling his fat friends behind the boat here. So here we go. We got Megan rolling over. Oh, nice up there. Got a good plant. Oh, she's going to. Oh, baby. There it is. She stands it up. Woo! 200-point start for Megan Adams. She's still skiing it. Wow. Give her a hand. There it is, Megan Adams. Woo! Wow. First time in a tournament. Hasn't been doing these that long. Nails it. Skis it down the lake. Looking great. Good form. Skiing in the prop wash. Wow. Great job, Megan Adams. That's going to be 340 points. That just doubles up her personal best. Better than double her previous personal best. There's your 390, I think. 390 points for Megan Adams. Previous best 140. Just shattered her all-time personal best with that back deep water start. What a great job for Megan Adams. And there's your girls 2 2015 national overall champion. Nice pull by boat driver Mike Shanky. That is that's a tough one there. You've got a young skier. You're not used to pulling skiers that small on their starts like that they've just started learning. So great job by the boat driver. Great job by the skier. Next skier on the water is going to be our first girls 3 competitor in the trick event, Sammy Eaton. We've got Sammy Eaton skiing her first nationals here. This is actually her first tournament season at the age of 14. Skiing the girls 3 division, came out, skied the Amber Open here, putting up 90, and then more than doubled that at the regionals with a 190 personal best. We've got Sammy Eaton on the water, coming out to the right side of the wake, standing up at front, deep water start. Here we go. Looking good. There's a 1 foot. There's a reverse 1 foot. There's a 1 foot wave. Reverse 1 foot wave. Nice and solid. There's a wave, a wave. Great job by Sammy Eaton. There's a stand up, sit down to 1. Nice and clean. That's a beautiful run for Sammy Eaton. Yeah, we're gonna see another all-time personal best scorer, I think, out of Sammy Eaton. Standing it up end to end, nailing all those tricks. Those 1 foot waves are 50, plus the start is 50. Did she do a flyer on the front of that? I didn't see if she did down at the dock there, but I saw. I think that pass there is going to give her a new all-time personal best score alone. Wow, that's a new personal best all-time score for Sammy Eaton. 250 points on her first pass. Sammy Eaton, also known as Rockstar, 13 years of age, out of Janesville, Wisconsin. She's been skiing for barefooting for only 3 months. She's been a show skier for 7 years. And her biggest water skiing influence is Kenny Kessner, Foot and Foundations. And she skis with the Rock Aqua Jays when she's not training for barefoot tournaments. And she has a twin sister, Amanda, who's here watching her this week. Here we go, pass number 2. Sammy Eaton on the water. Going for a front toe hold. Nice, solid, scores a front toe. Going into another stand up, sit down to 1 foot. There's a surface hop out the front door on the hop. Got a little forward coming into the chop there. Boy, that was a great toe hold for Sammy Eaton. 100-point trick. So just destroying her personal best with that pass as well. She put up 250 in her first pass. I saw better than 100 points. So that's a 350 composite for. We've got next skier on the water, Grace Petzold, girls 3, personal best score of 600 points. Trying to surpass Sammy Eaton's 350-point trick score for the gold. Grace Petzold in the water. Another skier's on the fast track. This is only her second career tournament. Skied her first tournament a few weeks ago at the 2015 Midwest Regionals, where she scored 600 trick points in her first and only tournament. Needs better than 350 here to take over the gold from Sammy Eaton. And there's a front deep water start. Coming up behind the boat. Working the cheek left. And she's outside the wake, standing it up for a 50-point start. And there it is, going right up for that toe hold. And there it nails it beautifully. Wow, nice toe holds. There's basic and reverse toe hold. There's a tumble 360 to 2 feet. There's a reverse. Oh, didn't get the last tumble in time. But beautiful run for Grace Petzold. So I saw 2 front toe holds for 100 points each. I saw the basic tumble turn for 50 and a deep water start for 50. So I'm coming up with 300 points for the first pass, needing 50 to take the gold. And that's the score coming in from the boat. 300-point pass for Grace Petzold. Needing better than 50 points here on pass number 2 to win the gold medal. After this event, we're gonna go into the boys 1, 2, and 3 wake slalom event. First skier on the dock is going to be James Callahan in that event. We've got Grace Petzold in the water, setting up for pass number 2. And we're off. Here comes Grace Petzold coming up forwards again. Cheeking out left side of the wake. So 2-foot deep water start. Not going to get credit for that. It's a repeat start. So there's a 1-foot wave, a 1-foot wave. Here comes a tumble 360 to 2. Repeated trick. Get the reverse here. She's going to get full credit for. There it is. There's a 1-foot. Got it. So what I saw there, I saw the 50-point tumble that she didn't score on the previous. 2 1-foot waves for 50 each, so that's 150. Plus, I think I saw a wave. So that's going to be enough to give Grace the gold medal, I believe. Yep, it is. So great run by Grace Petzold there. That's going to be enough to give her the gold medal. We're going to start, that concludes the girls trick event. We're going to move into the boys wake slalom event next. We've got 7 competitors across 3 age divisions in that event. division or something. They might, I don't know, but I doubt they'll do it for this division. Okay, we're getting ready to start the next event. First skier on the water is going to be boys 2 competitor James Callahan, followed by boys 3 competitor Garrett Van Osdel, then boys 1 competitor Easton Olson, then we're going to have boys 3 competitor Stefan Lepelgas, boys 2 competitor Zach Schultz, boys 2 competitor Bryce Storman, and our top seed in this division, boys 3 competitor Logan Walter. I think not. Did I get them for the volume control? You just turn the top knob all the way up. Right? Okay. Not hearing anything on the phone. I thought we'd get a score from Grace Petzel. No such thing. We got breakfast available over at the concession stand. If you're feeling some hunger, head on over and check out Chef Polino's Vittles at the concession stand. And here we go. Skier number 1 in this event. We're going to do a wake check. We got a new boat crew. We're going to take a look at the weight distribution of the judges in the boat, make sure that the wake is even across the table, make sure that the crests are even height. If we need to shuffle weight around the boat to make that wake nice and consistent, we do that. But it's a down and back. We'll come back, pick up a skier, and get the event started. As I mentioned, first skier on the water is going to be James Callahan. And this is James' second tournament. So he came out to the 2015 Midwest Regionals and skied his first tournament, putting up a 1.3 in the wake slalom event. That's the mark he's trying to beat today, 1.3. We've got 3 competitors in the boys 2 division here today, battling for bronze, silver, and gold medals. We're going to run through this event with 7 skiers, and then we're going to go into the wake slalom event for the men's 5 division. 9 skiers in that division. Getting a good video shot of the wake from the back of the boat here. It looks nice and consistent. I've heard great things about the wake on this towboat. They've got that. There's a wake plate on the back of the boat that gets adjusted to specifications set by the American Barefoot Club for competitions. So everything here that you see in the tournament is homologated for this event. This is wake slalom. All the skiers use the same rope and handle. They've been measured to very finite specifications. Because this is a record-capable tournament, those things need to be dialed in and confirmed to be within tolerance in order for records to be accepted and acknowledged. So we're going to pick up James Callahan coming out, first skier in the boys wake slalom division. James skis out of the Midwest region. The Midwest region consists of 13 states. In the central Midwest here, we've got skiers here from Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Those are all Midwest region skiers in those states. We've actually got skiers from Ohio that are also in the Midwest region. Okay, we've got James Callahan coming in. His call, he called medium, medium, medium to 39 miles an hour. So James is from Wisconsin, I think. Well, I have no idea because he didn't fill out his bio sheet. James Callahan coming up forward. Deep water start, cheeking right outside the wake. And he's going to plant on two. Setting up in the curl. And here we go. James Callahan, wow, going for the 1 foot cross. Woo! Check it out. Nice 1 foot cross on pass 2. 1 foot cross on pass 3. This kid's blowing me away. Oh, there's a touch across 4. Coming back, wow. You know, I'm looking at this 1.9 score, and I'm thinking we're going to see 4 2-foot crosses in time. James comes flying out, nailing the 1 foots. This is amazing. I'm shocked here to see this guy right out of the chute, boys too, come out and start nailing those 1 foot crosses. That was amazing. Great job by James Callahan. That just blew away his personal best score right there on his first pass. Pretty amazing watching these young skiers who've come out this year and skied their first tournament. In between tournaments, you have a certain expectation you're going to see certain things, and then they're just going way beyond the expectations with how much they've improved in such a short amount of time. Yeah. Bolt's not calling anything in. Tobo, can you give the tower scores between runs, please? So are they posting the scores online in between?
Not in between runs, I don't know. Well, they're trying. Well, they got a radio in it.
Callahan, preliminary score of 3.6 after the first half.
Word in from the boat. Huge first pass score for James Callahan, 3.6. That's about triple his personal best right there in one pass. So here we go, James Callahan, pass number 2, coming down the lake. Coming up backwards, going to get full credit score. Here he goes, 2-foot crosses. Wow, great job for James Callahan. Good consistent rhythm, 2-foot crosses. Just solid right there. Wow. That's pretty impressive. He's going to go probably close to 5, over or better than 5 with that pass. So great job. Actually going to put him near the top probably in the boys 2 event here. Good shot at a gold medal for James Callahan. Next skier on the water is going to be Garrett Van Osdel, boys 3 competitor with a 2.2 personal best score.
Adam, how do we recycle the router in the scoring trailer?
Plug it back in.
James Callahan, his second pass, gave 1.6 for a total of 5.2. He tripled his personal best.
So that's a 1.6 on the way back for pass number 2, James Callahan, with a composite score of 5.2, tripling his personal best score from the Midwest Regionals. Congratulations, James, on a great job there. That's going to position him well for the boys 2 gold medal position here in this event. Next skier on the water, Garrett Van Osdel. Is a boys 3 competitor, 16 years old, and this is his first tournament season. He skied the 2015 Amber Open and the 2015 Midwest Regionals. So we've got Garrett coming up right now on pass number 1, boys 3 wake slalom. Garrett's cheeking right outside the wake, setting up. There's a plant coming up. There it is, making that cross. First cross on 2 feet, went down in the center of the wake. That was a fall in zone 2 there. So the way these wake slalom events are scored, skiers get a half a point per cross on 2 feet, a full point if they cross all the way through the wake on 1 foot. The wake is divided into zones, so there's a transition towards the wake, inside the curl, inside the crest. Okay, so that was a 0.3 score for Garrett Van Osdel. So as I was mentioning, between the top of the crest and the center of the wake is another zone. From the center of the wake to the other crest is another zone, and then skiing out through the wake is the final zone. So what we're seeing here, so James Callahan chose to take his first pass forward. He gets full credit. He took a second pass in a different direction backwards. He gets full credit for that pass. If a skier elects to take both passes forward, they'll get full credit for the highest scoring pass. For the lower scoring pass, because they skied it in the same direction, they will only get 25% of their lower scoring pass added to their other pass score. So that's how the wake slalom event is scored, for those of you unfamiliar with the event. We're going to set up Garrett Van Osdel for run number 2. Garrett Van Osdel, he is from LeClaire, Iowa. Part of the Iowa contingent here this week at Nationals. Here he comes, Garrett Van Osdel, cheeking out right, standing up in the curl, starting pass number 2. And there he goes, crossing the wake, almost through it. He's all the way through. Ooh, He went down, but he got all the way through zone 3. I think he was on top of the crest on the exit. So he's going to get a better score than the first pass. And he is the first Boys 3 skier, setting the bar for the rest of the guys in Boys 3.
Garrett Van Osdale, second pass, score of 0.4 for a total score of 0.4.
So Garrett Van Osdale got further through the cross on his second pass, scored a .4, 25% of the previous pass of .3. The composite score for Garrett Van Osdale, 0.4. The next skier on the water is going to be the youngest skier here at the U.S. Nationals. We've got 9-year-old Easton Olson skiing out of the Western region. This is his first year competing. He skied at the 2015 Montana Amber Open, putting up a 1.5 in wakes. Went on to the 2015 U.S. Western Regionals, where he improved that to his current personal best score of 2.6. And then at the Western Regionals second round, he put up a 1.5. So we're looking for a 2.6 or better personal best. Easton Olson did win the gold medal in the tricks event already, and secured his position as the Boys 1 U.S. National Overall Champion for 2015. So congratulations to Easton Olson. Easton is actually from Roy, Utah. It's his first year skiing. His favorite event is tricks. His biggest water skiing influence is none other than Keith St. Ange. And he likes to paint, fish, and kneeboard when he's not training for barefooting. So we've got Easton Olson cheeking out to the right side of the wake. And here he is. Setting up right, coming left, nice, quick transition. Very aggressive first cross. Coming right back at it, 9 years old, Easton Olson, Roy, Utah. Oh, down on number 3. Great effort, Easton Olson. So I heard a great story, kind of a great story I heard yesterday about Easton Olson. So he had told his dad at the beginning of the season that his goal was to make it to nationals. And Dad told him that if he were going to go to nationals, he had to earn his own way to nationals. So because Easton has this passion for painting, what he decided to do is he was going to paint pictures and sell them to earn money to get to nationals. So that's a 1.3 score for Easton Olson. Back to the story, though, I was kind of inspired by this young man. I had heard his dad told him if he was going to go to nationals as he wanted to, he was going to have to fund his own way. So at 9 years old, he wasn't going to get a job as an over-the-road trucker. So what he decided to do is turn his passion for painting into a revenue stream to get him to nationals. So I had heard that he had painted over 100 pictures of images of people water skiing, the things that he loves to do, and he went out and sold them and made some money and turned that money into his funding to get here to nationals. So a pretty cool story about a young man with a dream, and here he is fulfilling his dream now the 2015 Boys 1 National Overall Champion. We've got Easton Olson in the water, setting up for pass number 2. Then we'll be moving back into the boys 3 division with Stefan Lepelgus taken to the water. And here we go, rope getting tight. 9-year-old Easton Olson, pass number 2. Got Easton behind the boat, working to cheek to his right, hanging in there, getting a little hung up inside the wake here, hanging with it. He's holding his composure here. There he goes. He's going to stand it up right behind the boat and ski out. Good effort there by Easton Olson. No panic, solid composure, and there he goes. He's off and running. We got cross 2, nice 2-foot cross. Coming back on number 3, good solid 2-foot cross. Coming back on number 4, he's got a good pace going here. That's 4 crosses. That's better than his first pass. So went down in the curl. I didn't hear a timer go off in the boat. He might have got all 4 in. That would be a better score than his first pass. So there we go. We got Easton Olson tying his personal best score of 2.6. So congratulations, Easton Olson. That's our 2015 Boys 1 National Overall Champion, earning both gold medals in wake slalom and tricks. Next skier on the water is going to be Stefan Lepelgus, Boys 3 competitor. Currently have Garrett Van Osdel in the gold medal position with the 0.4 in Boys 3 for this event. And Stefan this is his first year skiing out of the Western region. His personal best score of 3.7 is the score he put up recently at the 2015 U.S. Western Regional Championships. Stefan is from Vancouver, Washington. Stefan Lepelgus coming up on the left side of the wake. Pass number 1, standing it up in the curl, cutting outside, setting up for his first cross. And there he goes. There's a 2-foot cross for Stefan. Coming back on number 2 with a solid 2-foot cross. There's cross number 3. Going after it, cross number 4. Got a good pace going here. I still haven't heard timer. There's 5. It's complete. And coming back on cross number 6. So standing it up, Stefan Lepelgus riding a 1-foot across on his 7th pass. Testing that water. He looked like he's very capable of doing 1-foot crosses there. On that 7th cross, he picked up 1 foot, got almost all the way through the wake before he went out the front door. So he's close to transitioning with his wake slalom skills here. So that's a 2.6 first pass for Stefan Lepelgus. What that translates into is he got credit for 5 forward crosses in time. He got all the way through the wake 5 times on 2 feet in 15 seconds, plus he had a transition towards the wake on his 6th cross to get a 2.6. It'd be interesting to see if, as I mentioned on his 7th, I think it was his 7th cross, he picked his foot up and rode a 1 foot almost all the way through the wake. So that's basically double credit compared to the 2 foot cross. So we'll see if, since he's on the board with a good front 2 foot score, we'll see if he pushes it and tries to do some 1 foot crosses here on his second pass. So 3 1 foot crosses forward through the wake would exceed the score that he put up here in his first pass if he opts to do that. I'm not sure if Stefan is coming up backwards. If he should come up backwards, he would get full credit for both passes. Stefan Lepelgus coming up forward on pass number 2. Cheeking left outside the wake. Setting up for his second pass. We've got him standing in the curl. Getting comfortable. And there it is, cross number 1. Nice motion to the wake. Cross 2, really good transitions for Stefan. Oh, he's going for the 1 foot, beautiful. I might have scored that. There's a complete 2 foot cross. Coming back again on the basic side, riding that one all the way through. Nice job. Yeah, he's looking good on those 1 foots. Pulling in a little bit on the handle on that last one, but skiing it through. So good job by Stefan Lepelgus. Definitely going to be bumping that score up in the near future here with the way the 1 foots are coming along. That score is going to move Stefan up into the gold medal position at the moment. For boys 3, it's going to bump Garrett Van Osdel down to the silver with 1 remaining boys 3 competitor to go. That was the boat was reporting a 2.9 on that second pass for Stefan Lepelgus. That's his best pass ever. So great job pulling off those 1 foots. It's going to move him up into the gold medal position for the time being, with Logan Walter still on deck to ski for boys 3. Next skier on the water is going to be boys 2 competitor Zach Schultz. Zach's skiing out of the Midwest region. This is his first year skiing. Age 13, he put up his personal best wake slalom score of 4.1 at the 2015 Midwest Regionals. And we're up and going. We've got Zach Schultz behind the boat, standing up in the wake, cutting out to the right. Here he goes. Got a first cross, second cross. Wow, he's cranking him. Nice transition, great foot angle. He's getting through there quick. Number 4, he's ripping it up. This is a good pace here. Got 6 coming back. Still haven't heard the timer. 7, 8. Nice job. Nice job by Zach Schultz. Pooh Man. That's Zach Schultz, also known as Pooh Man. Zach is from Moline, Illinois. .13 years old. That was it. Yeah, that's a great 2-foot score for Zach Schultz. He put up a 3.1 that's better than 6 crosses in time. So we'll see what he's going to conjure up here. That 5.2 on the board for James Callahan. That's a top score. He's going to have to put up some 1-foots or come up backwards to take over the gold medal from James Callahan at this point in boys 2. Top seeded boys 2 skier Bryce Storman is on deck. Next skier on the water after Zach. We've got 3 skiers left in this division. We're going to move on to the men's 5 wake slalom. So if you're a men's 5 skier, start gathering up your gear and heading down towards the starting dock. Okay, we've got Zach Schultz coming up forward, past number 2. Going right into the 2-foot crosses. Cranking him. He is ripping again, boy. He's nice job. He's got the handle down low, arms out. Got a good. He's cranking it. Looking good. Zach Schultz, past number 2. Going right after it. So basically what we got going here, though, he's only going to he opted to take both passes in the forward direction. So we're going to take his highest scoring pass and give him full credit. His lower scoring, he's going to get 25%. So mathematically, I just don't see how taking both passes forward, he's going to be able to overcome James Callahan at this point. Okay, so the boat, the judges have reported in. That was another 3.1 pass for Zach Schultz. So 25% of one pass because he took them both forward gives him a composite wake score of 3.6. So that's going to put Zach in the silver medal position. It's going to keep James Callahan holding on to the gold with a 5.2. We've got our final boys 2 skier. Coming up next, Bryce Storman, seated with a 6.9.
Tower, help you out with something?
Men's 5 skiers. We have two more boys skiers in this event. We're moving on to men's 5. We only have a couple men's 5 skiers reporting to the dock at this point. Men's 5 skiers, you're on the water next. Please grab your gear. Head down to the starting dock area. On the water, Bryce Storman, top-seeded boys 2 wake slalom skier. Cheeking out to the left side of the wake. Nice plant for Bryce Storman. Chasing the gold. Here we go. Calling it from right to left. There's a beautiful 1-foot cross for Bryce Storman. Coming back on 1. Nice angle. Great transition. There's number 3. Number 4, he's shredding it. Yeah, we can see why he's the 1 seed. Here he goes. skiing it up, nice pace, clean 1 foots all the way through. Yeah, that's going to put him in a good position here. Very nice. Good parallel thighs, good consistent body position, very little movement between crosses and transition. Great job by Bryce Storman. Rick Meskers to the starting dock, please. Rick Meskers to the starting dock. First pass, Bryce Storman, 5.6, and that's going to lock up the gold medal for Bryce Storman. Silver medal in boys 2 is going to go to James Callahan. Taking home the bronze, going to be Zach Schultz. Congratulations, guys. No, I never got him. It was silent.
Ice to water. We're going to see some back ones out here. Abbott Tower, can you please see if Rich Kaufman's here?
Rich Kaufman to the starting dock, please. Rich Kaufman to the starting dock. We're going to set up Bryce Storman here for pass number 2. And then we're going to bring out final skier in this division, Logan Walter, boys 3. That was a great first pass for Bryce Storman. I'm anxious to see if he's going to come up backwards here with a 6.9 personal best. Not sure what we're going to see out of Bryce. And he's in the water with the handle. He looks like he's going to roll over backwards, and he does. He's coming up backwards. Bryce Storman going to get full credit for both passes. Got a beautiful plant. And presses it up, comes out right side of the wake, standing up backwards, setting up for his first cross. And getting comfortable. Here he comes, going for a 1 foot back, 1 foot cross, nails the first cross for a full credit. 1 point coming back on reverse, nails that. Wow, great run. This is going to be a personal best for Bryce Storman. Hitting the third one, coming down the lake, skiing them clean both sides. Direction direct, there's a 1 foot cross. There's number 5, 1 foot. He stood up every one of those all the way through the wake on 1 foot. That's 6. Wow, great job by Bryce Storman. That's awesome. So he's going to shatter his personal best with that run. Still waiting on a second pass score for Bryce Storman. That was quite a run there. Nailed, from what I could see on the video, he was hitting every single 1 foot cross, both sides, both directions. He was sitting on a 5.6 with a 6.9 all-time personal best score, and that's got to put him right around at least 10, somewhere in that 10, which is incredible to bump up the score by 4 entire points from a previous personal best. Next on the water, we're going to bring up boys 3 competitor Logan Walter. Logan skis out of the Southern Regional. This is his first tournament season at the age of 16. and he lost the handle coming up. See if they give him a re-ride. Towboat's not slowing down. Not slowing down. Now's a good time to lobby for a re-ride if you're a fan of Logan Walter. Nope. Wow, I didn't see the start, what happened there, but Logan's in a position here. This has got a lot of implication for the overall in the boys 3 division. He did land. He was the only one to land a jump, so probably in all likelihood he's going to take home the overall. But for the boys 3 wake slalom medals, we're sitting on we've got a 2.9 gold medal position for Stefan Lepelgus right now. And sitting in the silver position is Garrett Van Osda with a 0.4. So both those gentlemen are still out in front of Logan Walter with that fall at the beginning of the pass here. So we're going to need to see out of Logan, in order to take home the gold here, we're going to have to see 6 2-foot crosses or 3 1-foot crosses in the forward position in order to take the gold home. Skiing into the wind. We've seen some good skiing. These last skiers didn't seem to affect them that much. Saw some good scores coming back on pass 2 into the wind. So we'll see what Logan is capable of pulling together here. Logan says he's been skiing for about a year. And this is his favorite event, the wake slalom event. His dad's been the biggest water skiing influence in his career. Well, looks like he is going to get the re-ride. I don't know how much cash he had with him in the wetsuit, but apparently it was enough. And I see the wave of the hat signaling a re-ride. So Logan Walter going to get a chance to break this wide open here on pass number 1. He needs he needs a 3 or better to take the gold. Logan Walter enjoys wakeboarding, wake skating, and motorcycles, and also is a member of the Boy Scouts. Logan is the last skier in this division. Once we finish up with this division, we're going to move into the men's 5 wake slalom event next. After the men's 5 wake slalom, we're going to have the men's 4 trick event. For those unfamiliar with the age range for these divisions, the men's 5 coming up next, that would be age 52 to 57, maybe. And then we're following up with men's 4, and that's age 45 to 51 age skiers going to be on the water tricking. You're going to see some amazing tricking out of those guys. Surface turns. Jim Youngblood's the top seed. You probably see some flips out of him. So stay tuned. It's going to be some great skiing here all day at the Blue Moo. Okay, here we go. Logan Walter coming up on the re-ride. Successfully stands it up, starting from the left side of the wake from a judge's view. There's a 1-foot cross. Number 1. There's a 1-foot cross on 2. There's a nice 1-foot cross on 3. There's 4, 5. He's getting it dialed in now. Yeah, he's looking comfortable back there. Nice job by Logan Walter. And that is going to be enough to give him the gold medal here in the wake slalom event for boys 3. Wasn't sure. The first cross looked like maybe a late pickup. Not sure what the judges saw on the boat. Nonetheless, skied up the whole pass, probably on a 6 pace, so only needing 3 to take over the gold. That's a lock right there for Logan Walter. So with a gold medal in the wake slalom, gold medal in the jump event, he's pretty much a lock to win the overall title here at the U.S. Nationals in the boys 3 division. Wow, that's an amazing score for Logan Walter. He was crushing it. That's a 6.8 forward score. That's amazing. That's almost a 7 pace clean 1 foot run. That's awesome. So he's sitting on a 9.0 personal best score. I'm 100% sure we're going to see Logan come up backwards. Be interesting to see if he's going to be putting together 1 foot crosses, 2 foot crosses. But I'm expecting he'll come up backwards and get full credit for both wake passes. And we got Logan in the water with the rope. I recognize that positioning. He's going to roll over backwards. There he goes. Rope's tight, coming up on plane. Backwards, nice plant. His boat's accelerating. He's pressing it up. And there he is, up and standing. He's cutting out to the left side of the wake. Going to get comfortable and start his run. And he started out with a 1 foot, couple tags. It's going to default to a 2. Coming back with a 2 foot cross. Picking up again, a little tag there. It's going to default to a 2 foot cross. Coming back on 2. And a little bit of tagging there. Picking up a little wide. That's kind of hurting him a little bit. I think he's going to, I saw on the basic, the first side, an effort to pick up a foot, but I don't know. He was picking up kind of wide. When I say wide, his thighs and his knees there was a lot of space between there. He was having a hard time holding the balance and was touching down. So stood it up. Great job. He's going to get, if nothing else, full credit for some 2 foot crosses there. Probably going to get minimum of 2 full points with 4 2 foot crosses there. Maybe better than that. Wasn't sure on the pace. So he's looking at pretty close to 9, I think, for a composite score, which is right around his all-time personal best. He should be happy with that. Okay, there it is coming in from the boat. Logan Walters, second pass, 2.2, so he did get defaulted to 2 foot crosses, but that gives him a composite score of 9.0, ties his personal best, and gives him the gold medal in the boys 3 wake slalom event. Congratulations, Logan Walter. We're going to take a little break here to switch boat crews. We're going to move on to the next event, which is going to be the men's 5 wake slalom event. We've got the concession stand open over here. Chef Polino's cooking up some breakfast. And we've got the World Barefoot Center tent open for business. If you're looking for some apparel, Barefoot Waterski equipment, stop over and pay a visit to the tent over on the south side of the stands. We're getting the boat. Doing a quick wake check here with the new boat crew. We're going to start it up with men's 5 skier Daniel Wicks. First skier in the water in the next event is going to be Daniel Wicks, coming out of retirement, having not skied a tournament in the last 3 years. Last competed in the 2012 Eastern Regionals, where he posted a 2.4 in wakes. Following Daniel Wicks on the water, we're going to have Patrick Blake, Midwest skier, Gary Flint, followed by Chuck Bender, Lee Stone, Donald Stope, Scott Brem, Joe Knapp, and our top seed in the wake slalom is going to be Richard Witzel out of Kansas.
Yes, we are. What can we do for you?
Several continuous announcements that tell skiers to ignore the start times on the running orders, that times are moved up, and to please be ready to ski, in order of their event.
A note to the skiers, please ignore the start times you see posted on the schedule. We're running ahead of schedule here. We need you to... Okay, we're running ahead of schedule. We want to keep things moving. Please pay attention to where we're at with the current running order and adjust your time to show up at the starting dock appropriately. Patrick Blake is going to be the first skier on the water for men's 5. Again, it's we're running ahead of schedule. It's 9:23 a.m. The wake slalom event for men's 5 was scheduled to start at 10:18, but we're going to keep things rolling here. Try to keep moving through the events, get as many events in as we can with the weather still cooperating. So here we go. First skier on the water is going to be Patrick Blake, cheeking out to the right. Setting up. Got Patrick setting up in the curl. And we're going to see some 2-foot crosses out of Patrick. Getting comfortable here. And here he goes, cutting to the wake, pass number 1. Giving it the business, going hard. Coming back on pass number 2, 2-foot cross. Coming back on pass, got hung up a little bit there on number 3. And he's still up, let go of the handle. I think he was out of time. So he's going to get credit for 2 or 3 crosses on 2 feet. Patrick Blake skiing out of the Midwest region, been competing for a number of years. We saw daughter Jenny Blake skiing in the girls 3 division, or women's 1 division, yesterday, taking home some hardware. Patrick's been training for a number of years with Ben Huff, who we saw yesterday competing in one of the senior divisions for the men's. First met Patrick back here in 2006 when he skied his first tournament at the Wisconsin State Championships. And he's been skiing every year since. He has not missed a season of competition since 2006. So great to see the longevity here. Patrick started out skiing men's 4, now has continued to ski through men's 5. This, I think, maybe Patrick's last year in men's 5 at the age of 57. We've got Patrick Blake in the water with the handle, setting up for pass number 2. At the young age of 57, in his 10th year of competition. Got Patrick Blake cheeking right, outside the curl, setting up in the curl, just outside the wake, crossing right to getting ready to cross right to left, and there's cross number 1 on 2 feet, fighting to get outside the wake, and I don't know. Oh, lost the handle. Patrick Blake. Boat crew for this event, could you please phone in scores? Reminder to men's 5 skiers, we're running ahead of schedule. We're into the event. If you're here, please get down to the starting dock as soon as possible. Your division is skiing right now. We've got 9 competitors in this age division. Then we're going to be moving into the men's 4 division. Next skier on the water is going to be Daniel Wicks. Daniel Wicks has been out of barefooting competitively since 2012. Coming back to ski the Nationals here. First tournament in 3 years. Cheeking out to the right side, Daniel Wicks. Setting up in the right side of the wake. Getting ready for cross number 1. And there he goes. 2-foot cross. Coming back on a second 2-foot cross. Skiing it out, Daniel Wicks, cross number 3, cross number 4. He's got a good pace going here, 5, nice consistent skiing. There's number 6. There you go, 58-year-old Daniel Wicks standing it up, pass number 1. Daniel Wicks is from Washington, New Jersey, skiing out of the Eastern region.
1.5?
That was 1.9.
Is that what you were? 1.9?
That was 1.5.
What's that?
I don't.
Sounded like coming in from the boat judges. Daniel Wick's first pass was a 1.9, which should move him into the lead position in men's 5 wakes.
Is that right? If there's 7 open pro wakers, 4 go on.
Yep, that sounds right. Unless there's ties, then they'll maybe move up more than that.
Daniel Wicks in the water, coming up on pass number 2 in the forward position, cheeking out to the right side of the wake. Yeah, we got a good plant, standing up in the curl, skiing into the wind. Daniel Wicks looking solid. There's cross number 1, cross number 2, 2-foot crosses. There's cross number 3, cross number 4. So another solid pace for Daniel Wicks. Good transition, staying nice and low. He's got really good solid form here. And he's going to ride this one out too, end to end. Nice job by Daniel Wicks. So it sounds like composite score for Daniel Wicks about 2.0, 2.4, somewhere in that neighborhood. Next skier on the water is going to be Gary Flint. Gary's from Goddard, Kansas. Been skiing since 1998. This is actually his 15th tournament season. His favorite pastime is playing with engines, which Gary is one of our Sanger promo boat owners. His biggest water skiing influence is the Keith St. Ange, and he is enjoying retirement right now. So here we go. Gary Flint with a 2.83 seating score coming up on the right side of the wake. And there's first cross number 1, 2-foot cross, reverse 2-foot cross. A little bit of a bobble on cross number 3, skiing it out. Losing a little bit of edge, kind of slowing him down. The key to being fast here, you want to turn that foot on angle towards the wake and not ski parallel through it. So the skiers you see amazingly fast. It's just like being on snow skis. You got to turn the skis, and get them moving in the right direction. So same deal with the feet. That's a 1.8 first pass score for Gary Flint. After Gary's second pass, we're going to bring out men's 5 competitor Chuck Bender. No, he's not. Got Gary Flint coming up on pass number 2, standing up right behind the boat. Skiing out to the left side of the wake, snapping the line. And there he goes, cross number 1 on 2 feet. Coming back on 2. Skiing through the wake on number 2. There's number 3, cross number 3. Got a pretty good pace going here. Got that foot angle established on this run. He's done crossing. So better pass, I think, than pass number 1 for Gary Flint. So that was a 1.6 pass for Gary Flint, just a tad bit under his first pass score. So he's going to get 25% of 1.6, which is going to give him about a 2.2 composite score. So I believe that'll move him into the silver medal position at the moment for men's 5. It's going to put Daniel Wicks in the gold medal position. And we got Patrick Blake currently sitting in the bronze medal position. Next skier on the water is going to be Chuck Bender. Chuck is 58 years old from Freedom, Wisconsin. He's been barefooting for 12 years and water skiing for 42 years. This is his favorite event, the wake slalom event. And he enjoys hunting, snowboarding, and snowmobiling. And something we don't know about him, he has webbed feet. So we'll see how those webbed feet play out in this water here. So there he is coming up on the left side, going right after it. Ooh, okay. That'll be interesting. He got up and started moving towards the wake, but he was trying to set up. So I'm not sure if the judges started the clock on that, but they might have reset it. So here we go. He's got 2. He's working the 1-foot crosses, getting through on number 3, coming back on number 4. Looking like nice, clean crosses for Chuck Bender there. I thought, did we miss Chuck? Is Chuck not here? Oh. Is that Lee Stone? We had a running order shuffle there. That was actually Lee Stone out of the South Central region, putting up a 4.8 score on his first pass. So with a 7.7 personal best seating score, he's in a good position to top that. Perfect. Sure. We've got Lee Stone coming up backwards for his second pass. And he's going for the 2-foot crosses. There's one. Coming back. Nice transition. Cross number 2 on 2 feet. There's 3. Doing a great job keeping that head up. Letting that pull come right through the hips. Good stable back 2-foot barefoot position for Lee Stone. And he rides out past number 2. That's going to put Lee Stone currently in the gold medal position right there. Second scoring pass for Lee Stone was a 2.5 to give him a composite total score of 7.3 and move him into the gold medal position here in the men's 5 wake slalom. I do have some scores from the judges for the girls 3 tricks event that we saw earlier today. Taking the silver medal with a score of 370 points was Sammy Eaton. And winning the gold medal in the girls 3 division tricks event with 510 points, Grace Petzold.
Who is it? Did you hear?
Don Stope on the water. There's a 1-foot cross. Reverse 1-foot cross. Another 1-foot cross. Nice pace for Don Stope. Yeah, nice stand-up pass for Don Stope on 1 foot. He's going to push Lee Stone here for the gold medal position at the moment. We saw Don Stope land a nice feet-to-feet jump in the jump event for men's 5. That's a 5.5 forward run for Don Stope. That's going to put him in a really good position here to move ahead of Lee Stone in the top spot in men's 5 wake slalom. As I was mentioning, Don Stope in the jump event yesterday or day before, earlier this nationals competition, he landed a beautiful feet-to-feet jump to win the gold medal in the jump event. Once we finish this event, we're going to move right into the men's 4 tricks event. If you're a men's 4 trick skier, Please pay attention to the running order for this current event, as we're going to start immediately after, which is going to be ahead of schedule. Men's 4 was scheduled to start at 11:13. We're going to go right into that event immediately after this men's 5 wake slalom event. Coming back on pass number 2, Don Stope. Setting up backwards, left side of the wake. And he's going for the 2-foot crosses. There's number 1. There's 2. There's 3. He's got a good pace going. There's number 4. Number 5. Good solid stance. Good transitions. Started picking up a foot in the middle of the wake. Not going to get credit for a 1 foot on that. And I believe he's out of time. So stand-up pass for Don Stope. That should give him, he should put him in the lead here in the men's 5 tricks event. Or excuse me, men's 5 wake slalom event. Preliminary score for Don Stope's second wake pass was a 3.0, so he scored 6 2-foot crosses. That's going to give him an 8.5 and move him into the gold medal position in men's 5 wake slalom. So far, all the skiers in this division have been skiing pretty close to their personal best seating scores. So the water conditions appear to not be bothering or having much of an impact here on these skiers in this event. Next on the water is going to be Scott Brem. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're going to back up the running order here a little bit. We've got Chuck Bender on the water with a 4.6 personal best seating score. Going to set up and take his first pass. Currently, right now in men's 5 standings, we've got Daniel Wicks sitting on the bronze medal with a 2.4. We've got Lee Stone in the silver position with a 7.3, and Don Stope in the gold medal position with an 8.5. We've got Chuck Bender electing to come up backwards on his first pass. Ooh, lost the handle. He started coming up inside the wake, didn't quite stand up, and then got outside over the crest and into the right curl, and then tried to press it up and just lost the handle. So towboat slowing down. Some deliberation there, not looking good for Chuck Bender. Thought maybe sometimes when you get outside the wake, maybe there was a little bit of a slight path adjustment by the boat that sent him outside the wake. But, with this lake being so narrow and straight, no distractions as far as wally craft and fishermen in the water that you get at home. Pretty difficult sometimes to get off path when you're basically on a rail pointing the nose of the boat straight ahead down lake. So don't know if you're going to get any slack. Shannon Heller, be informed you are judging for the next event. Chuck Bender, he's been competing in tournaments for 12 years now. This is his 12th year competing. Skied the 2015 regionals where he actually put up a all-time personal best score since he began competing back in 2004 in this event. So Congratulations to Chuck Bender on having a good ski season. We're going to set him up for pass number 2 and see if he can stand one up. So what was interesting about that is Chuck elected to come up backwards, missed his start, but typically when you're skiing in a tournament with windy conditions, most skiers tend to favor coming up backwards, coming into the wind versus forward. It seems like you are less susceptible to being affected by the wind chop when you're backwards versus forward. So he is electing to come up forward, skiing into the wind on pass number 2. Chuck Bender standing up left side of the wake, setting up in the curl. Cutting out, here he goes. First pass, nice 1-foot cross for Chuck Bender. Coming back, maybe an early set down on that one. Skiing nice and clean on the basic 1-foot cross. Struggling a little bit with the reverse cross. Seems to have that basic side dialed in pretty nice. Skiing those clean. Just can't get that foot off the water and ride it on the reverse side. So I think he's going to get full credit for all of the basic 1-foot crosses, and then probably get defaulted to a 2-foot cross on the reverse side. So we could see as high as maybe a 4.5 for Chuck Bender on his second pass score, depending on how much time he had on the clock. That should be enough to get Chuck into the bronze medal position. Not going to be enough to pass Lee Stone in the silver position, but should be enough to get by Daniel Wicks for the bronze at this point. Next on the water is going to be Scott Brem from Garfield, Arkansas. Just moved to Arkansas. He's here skiing with his 2 sons. Scott's been skiing for 22 years. His sons Sam and Josh are both competing here at the Nationals. And this is his favorite event, the Wake Slalom event. His biggest water skiing influence has been none other than Lane Dog Bowers. And when he's not barefooting, he enjoys muscle cars and flying. That was a 4.7 for Chuck Bender on pass number 2. And that will move him into the bronze medal position for men's 5 with 3 skiers left to ski. Next skier on the water coming up right now forward. Cheeking out left side of the wake is Scott Brem. Snapping the line, setting up. And there he goes, 1-foot cross. Nice cross on number 2 on 1 foot. Got a good pace going. Nice 1-foot pace, skiing him clean. Scott Brem, South Central region. Yeah, he's looking good. Got a nice pace going. Definitely gonna. That should get him into the medal standings, and he would be a lock, being the third to last skier. Scott Brem started barefooting tournaments back in 1997, and then took about 10 years off between 2004 and came back 2014, started skiing again. Has actually back in 2003 put up an 11.5 in wakes. And is kind of working his way back up. Since he's come back skiing in 2004, been bumping the scores back up towards 10 10 points in the wake slalom. Put up a 9.2 at the 2015 South Central Regionals this year. That was a 4.7 first pass for Scott Brem. So currently tied with Chuck Bender for the bronze with that, with one pass to go. What Scott does here carries a lot of weight on the fate of Don Stope with an 8.5 and 2 skiers to follow. So Scott Brem puts up better than a 8.5. Don Stope's medal is at risk. Scott Brem fails to put up at least a 3.8 on this run. It's going to guarantee Don Stope a medal in this event. Lee Stone sitting in the bubble position for the medals in the men's 5 wake slalom. We've got Scott Brem rolling over, coming up backwards. He's planting right now, coming up behind the boat. And he's going to cut out to the right side of the wake, setting up in the right curl. Coming into the sight. There it goes, cross number 1 on 1 foot, getting wide, really wide on that first cross. Kind of messed him up coming back on 2 feet. Trying to dial it in, goes out the back door. Ooh. So I saw a 1 foot cross, a 2 foot cross, and then a fall that's going to not probably default to a partial zone 2 foot cross. So we're looking at maybe 6.7 there. Might be optional re-ride for Scott Brem. What a break. That is a huge break for Scott Brem. Optional re-ride. I'm guessing he's going to take it. Haven't gone down on his 3rd cross. Let's see if the towboat turns around. The safety pickup boat's going to head north. See what Scott Brem elects to do. And I see the boat, well, he's opting not to take that, huh? Wow. No, they're waving the hat down there. I don't think he knew. So we'll see. They're going to have a discussion with Scott Brem, see if he wants to set up and take that re-ride. Looks like he's going to do it. He's got a chance to improve. That was probably under 2 points with the 3 crosses, and I think he had a solid 1 foot cross on the first one, shot really wide, came back on 2, so that's a 1 and a 1.5. Tried to come back on 1, fell before he got all the way through the wake, so that would have defaulted to a 2, and he would have probably had less than 2. So by not accepting that, the best he would have been able to do there, if he would have chosen not to take that re-ride, the best he could have done today was a bronze, but he's still got a legitimate shot to move into the gold medal position here with a re-ride. We'll see how pass number 2 turns out on this go round. Two skiers left in this age division. Joe Knapp has won a number of national titles in the wake slalom event. Former open wake slalom skier. And Richard Witzel, who is the top seed in this division. Out of Kansas, Richard's won national overall titles here at past nationals. So a couple strong skiers coming up. After Scott, he's going to have to ski hard to get into the medals here.
Okay, give me a minute. I'll try to get down there.
Joe Knapp is a guy very consistent, always skiing basically the same scores day in and day out, regardless of the water conditions. Scott Brem's in the water. Rope's getting tight. I'm guessing he's going to repeat the backwards, opt to come up backwards again. And he is. He's rolling over. Going to get full credit on this pass. Hopefully he can stand it up. There's a good plant. Came up to the right side of the curl last time. I assume that's where he typically likes to start. There he goes. Cuts out to the right. And see if he can control that first cross. He got really wide on the first attempt. And he's starting out real close to the wake here. So there it is. Boom. Nice cross. Ooh, maybe an early set down. There's a 2-foot cross. Picking up. That's a good cross there on number 3. That's going to be a full credit cross. And then a 2 coming back. And there's a 1-foot cross. Looks like he might have been out of time. Better than his last attempt. So that's going to bump up. That was a good decision to take that re-ride for Scott Brem. He's going to add to his score versus what he would have gotten had he accepted to take that optional or pass on that optional re-ride. So good strategy for Scott Brem. We'll see what on that second pass. Two more skiers in this event. We'll be moving on to the next event, which is going to be men's 4 tricks. Men's 4, if you're on site and you're tricking in the next event, please get down to the starting dock immediately. Although that event was scheduled to occur at 11:13 and it's only 10 a.m., we're going to start. We're going to keep it rolling. So men's 4 trickers, report to the starting dock. Next skier is Joe Knapp, longtime Nationals competitor. Joe Knapp is one of 2 individuals, Jim Boyette being the other, to have skied every single U.S. National tournament. U.S. National Barefoot Waterski Championships are We're going to do the men's 4 tricks after this men's 5 slalom event, and then we're going to go into some awards, and then you're going to see the top skiers in the world performing the wake slalom event. Okay, here we go. Coming up, Joe Knapp, the legend, setting up in the left, snapping the line. Mr. Consistent. Let's see what he's going to do today. There's a 1-foot cross. 1-foot cross. Nice solid pace for Joe Knapp as usual. Just solid. Everything is always consistent with Joe Knapp, and he's standing this one up like he always has. Beautiful foot angle. Just perfect pass for Joe Knapp. And this is a guy here that he's been doing this skiing national since 1970. He was once an open wake slalom skier. Used to hit scores down on the low pole in the 16 plus to pushing 17. You know, he was a 8-9 kind of guy forward back on the low pole skiing behind, you know, boats that Barefoot Nautiques. And so that was a 7.2 first pass for Joe Knapp. That's a great score. Men's 5. I did not get a second pass score for Scott Brem. Right now, I still have Don Stope with an 8.5, Lee Stone with a 7.3, and I'm guessing Scott Brem is either just in front of or just behind Lee Stone for that medal. This kind of water here does not really bother Joe Knapp much at all. He's going to come up backwards skiing in. He's going to keep it nice and tight. And, with the 7-2 forward pass, he might be in a position where he could even push open. As a men's 5 competitor, Joe Knapp still skiing close to open scores in this event. And here he goes. Joe Knapp coming up on a back deep. Got the plant. And he's up. Skiing out to the right side of the wake from a judge's view. Setting up in the curl. And there it is. Pass number 1, nice and tall. Got that 1 foot way off the water. Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there. Looked like a touchdown for Joe on 3. There's a clean one on number 4. There's a clean one on number 5. Nice clean on 6. Got a beautiful pass on number 7. Looked like maybe a bobble and a touch on number 3, but with Joe, he's so clean. There's a guy who there's never a debate from a judge about whether he picked up early. There's never any scooping or setting down. He just he's very technical and very stringent with himself on how clean he skis. So never wants to have it come down to a judge's discussion on what they see out of his skiing. So great run for Joe Knapp. Looked like maybe a touch, so probably going to be close to 6, 5, maybe 5.5, which would put him in the 12.5 area, which that's a pretty solid run there for Joe Knapp. Right now, I would have to say Joe Knapp is probably holding on to the gold position. My guess is that we probably got Don Stope in silver, and the bronze is probably a toss-up between Scott Brem and Lee Stone, with Richard Witzel, the final skier and top seed in the men's 5 division, next on the water with a personal best of 12.8. Richard skis with the group out of Wichita there. They've hosted national tournaments in the past. Richard Witzel has won national overall titles within the past couple of years. Solid skier. He's always in the teens, can push that open score on occasion. So here it is, Richard Witzel, next on the water, men's 5, final skier in this age division. And he's coming up on plane. Coming up, electing to come up forward, going with the wind. Good strategy there for Richard Witzel. Setting up on the right side of the wake from the judge's view. Stretching out a little bit. There he goes. There's cross number 1 on 1. He's digging, staying nice and low. Got a nice foot angle. Good quick transition. Good clean crosses. Yeah, he's got it dialed in real nice there. Our top seed, Richard Witzel, in men's 5 wake slalom. Standing it up, tossing the handle at the end, skiing it end to end. Great job for Richard Witzel.
Would you mind announcing for Dale Hendrickson?
Where do you want him? Down at the dock.
Down the dock. He's third off the dock.
Okay. Dale Hendrickson, down to the starting dock, please. Dale Hendrickson, report to the starting dock. You're the 3rd skier on the water after this event. Wake slalom. We saw Joe Knapp.
How much was that?
think I had heard a 6.4 maybe on a first pass score for Richard Witzel, but I can't confirm that. Solid pass. Joe Knapp had a 7.2, and I think probably 5 and some change. So I would say we got to have at least 6 back ones out of Richard Witzel to push for the gold here. So Richard Witzel coming up backwards on 2. Probably got to go 6 or better to take the gold here in this event. Setting up on the left side of the wake. And cutting out to the left. There it is. Picking up 1 foot. Getting. There it is, 2. I think he got that one. It was a little bit of a bobble. There's 3. He's got a pretty good pace going. 4. Seems to be getting it up early enough and setting down well after he's skiing through it. So I think it looks like he's going to get full credit for these. This is going to be tight. It's going to be a race here on men's 5 wake slalom. It's going to be a toss for the gold, I think, between Joe Knapp and Richard Witzel. Looking like Don Stopes probably going to take home the bronze. We're going to wait for some official. That was a 5.8 for Richard Witzel on pass 2. I think that's going to give him around a 12.2. And I haven't heard a score for Joe Knapp. It's going to be tight for the gold in men's 5. That concludes the men's 5 wake slalom event. We're going to be moving on to men's 4 tricks immediately. We're going to do a crew change. We've got Dan Bumgartner, Bum Buddy, driving the boat for this event. Lauren St. Ange as a boat judge. Shannon Heller in the boat as a judge. And Jimmy Torres is a boat judge. We've got 10 skiers in this division. You're going to see some turns, probably going to see some flipping. Now is a good time to head over to the concession stand and pay a visit to Chef Polino. Cooking up some food. Probably can get breakfast or lunch at this time. And I'd like to thank our 2015 Barefoot Waterski National sponsors. Our title sponsor, Bank First National and Mike Malepsky. I'd like to thank Heller Farms for hosting this event. And also, I'd like a special mention to Paul Stokes and Country Financial for sponsoring the 2015 Barefoot Nationals. Thanks a lot to these individuals and businesses. Without your support, none of this would be possible.
No places.
First pass, 380 points. That's all. 380 points.
All right. Hello. That was Doug Bone, 380 points on his first pass. I think that was Doug.
First gear. First gear, right?
We're in the men's 4 competitors right now. We got Doug Bone leading off the pack. Mike Shanky will be next, and then Dale Hendrickson. Water is starting to chip up just a little bit now. All right, we got Doug Bone coming in for his second pass. He's doing a back deep. I've got a personal best on here for Doug Bone of 410 points, which if they could score that back deep, which they should, it should be a new PB for him. It's just not very loud.
Moving into the men's 4 tricks event, we're going to have 10 skiers. Oh, did you? So that was 380 points. He took one pass. Didn't make a second. Oh, did he make it back deep? Oh, I thought they said he had 310 as first time. What did he do on his best pass? Did he just did a back deep? That was it.
I don't think he made. I don't know if he made. I don't know if they counted back.
Maybe they didn't score it. Second skier in the water is going to be Mike Shanky out of the Midwest region, also known as the Shankster.
This week's chief driver.
And we typically see on the front pass, going with the wind, Shanky's been nailing that front toe up long line. So we'll see if he comes up with that. 400 points right out of the chute. Coming with the wind. Now's the time to do it.
Definitely want to get up and get going in this water and get your tricking done as early as you can, because it's only gets worse as you get down towards the northeast end of the lake. Lake runs southwest to northeast here, and they're predicting a southwest 10 to 20 all day today. So
giddy up.
Today's going to be the roughest day. Tomorrow it's supposed to flatten back out. Saturday, so we got as much skiing as we could yesterday in. So
the last forecast I saw had winds shifting to the west around noon, which should calm this lake down for when we get the Open Pro Slalom guys out here. We're going to see Keith St. Ange with a 21-point Infinity come out and push the envelope here. And Keith is one of those guys too, where it doesn't matter what he's skiing, and his skiing just doesn't drop off.
You can pretty much bank on a 10-2, 10-2 both ways for him, and then he'll go up from there.
Yeah, he's so tight. He's so tight to the wake that he doesn't even feel the chop. He's just going curl to curl. No chatter because the water's always flat in his world.
Oh, Mike is starting out backwards, doing a
Here
back
we go.
flyer.
Back flyer for Mike Shanky.
And I know his call is a fast, fast, fast. So as soon as he gets in the water, hammer it down.
Here we go. Left side of the wake. Coming up backwards. What are we going to see here? Probably a 1 foot, 1 foot. I don't know that he does the line step position stuff. I think he's more of a 1 foot, 1 foot hop back to front guy. There's a back hop, starts it out. There's a 1 foot, reverse 1 foot. He's going to go for that turn. Yep, nice back to front for the Shankster. Coming into a tumble 360 to 1. Beautiful run for the Shankster. Here's a tumble, reverse tumble to 2. 1 foot, 1 foot. He's pumped.
He's happy about that run.
He's
that
got
was
the
a
old
nice
fist
run.
pump going, skiing it end to end. That's a great run. That was a beautiful turn. That's one of the nicest turns back to front I've seen the Shankster. Quick, Good setup there. Beautiful rotation on axis. Didn't have to adjust after the turn. Went right into his next trick. Very efficient. Good skiing for the Shankster. The Shankster, Mike Shanky, been skiing forever. He's from Paddock Lake, Wisconsin. Been skiing for 25 years. His lovely wife, Wendy, she's been a fixture here at Barefoot tournaments over the years, serving as a judge and scorer. And Mike has always, jumping's kind of been his go-to event. He has a lot of national medals in that event. And his biggest water skiing influence have been Mike Seipel and Ron Scarpa, Lane Bowers, Paul McDonald, Keith St. Ange, Kenny Kestner. And his interest is cool boat graphics. And if you know Mike, he's got cool graphics on everything. So if you... That's a 790-point first pass for Mike Shanky. That's a great run. Right out of the chute. You know, as the second skier in this event, putting up a 790, that's any sign of things to come. This is going to be a pretty phenomenal event here, as far as the points that are going to be put up. I was amazed at this group and what they skied in the wake slalom event and also the men's 5. The numbers here, score wise, are the biggest I've seen in a number of years. So we've got the Shankster coming up. Looking, yep, he's going to toe up into the wind.
That's a bold move. So we'll see.
No, wait, I see he's got the handle tucked. The front deep water start to 2, setting up for the neck and teeth 1s. It looks like.
Yep.
So there's a 1 foot reverse with the teeth.
I think he's happy,
and he's riding that out.
He's like.
Matter there, just kind of decided, that's another thing too with that neck 1 foot trick coming into the chop. Makes me a little nervous. Skiers have a tendency to ski back in position, going into the chop, get a little defensive. That's not a trick you want to ski back on, but he stood it upright and looked like they're going to probably give him credit for that. That was a nice job by Mike Shanky.
I don't think he's going to outdo his personal best, but in this water, he's going to be happy with that run, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Bob. He's, 1270, he had a 790, stood up, in this water, when you can stand up your runs end to end, you got to be.
Midwest skier, lives up near Mike Malevsky's place and skis with Mike Malevsky out there in Kohler, Wisconsin, and actually in Twin. What is it? No.
Twin Lakes? I'm sure he didn't fill out
1,190 points.
So 1,190 points for the Shankster. Skiing pretty close to his personal best. That's a decent score. He's gonna hold on to a medal here, I think, deep into the rounds, and we'll see what happens with the rest of the skiers. That's the trick here. You get into little chippier water. You got guys who are used to doing turns, maybe not used to practicing turns in this kind of water, so things can get vulnerable. You never know. It's a crapshoot as to who's going to end up on top. I've had a chance to ski with Ron Scarpa and listen to him, and he talked about skiing the Worlds in England one year. In England, it was England, and he went in doing tumble turns. Brian Heaney remembers the story as well. It was, not going to do toe turns, not going to do line step turns. I'm going to do what it takes to win this. Skied smart, came out, just did tumble turns, and posted a winning score. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into the sport when the conditions aren't super
All right,
favorable.
so here we go. Dale
And
Hendrickson
here we
doing
go.
a front flyer. See if he does a 1 foot stand up or a 2 foot. He's going to go with a 2 foot stand. Oh, no, he did a 1 foot.
Deep water
1
to
foot.
1 for 100 points for Dale Hendrickson on the start. Setting up the curl. There's a surface hop, 1 foot, reverse 1 foot. Going into the tumbles to 1 foot. Nice tumble to 1, basic. Going for the reverse tumble turn to 1. Nails that. Those are nice and clean. And he's
Toe
going up
hold.
into the front toe.
He's got
And
it. Nice.
It looked like he got that. I don't know if did you see a release on the left
Yep.
hand there, Bob?
He had a
Clean release, okay.
Definitely clean release.
And then
He's,
picking up a
probably out
1
of
to ride
time.
it out. So decent run for Dale Hendrickson.
Yeah, Dale lives right by Mike Malewski in Two Rivers area there, and skis on a great site there.
Yeah, he's been skiing for 47 years, since the age of 5. Slalom's his favorite event. His biggest water skiing influence, Terry Schuler, also known as Gator, and Mike Malewski. So, you know, we had a lot of conversation last night at the skiers meeting about how do you get new people to show up, and you know, I just kept thinking it takes somebody. You got to have somebody behind you. And when I think of Dale Hendrickson, I always remember back to Team Terry. You know, Terry Schuler had his posse. He would come to tournaments. He would bring new people. And that's really what it takes to grow the sport. So here's an example of a guy, Dale Hendrickson, who rode the coattails of somebody who was instrumental in going to tournaments. And here we go. You know, 20 years later or whatever, Hendrickson showing up, skiing great, still enjoying the sport and the people around it. So just an encouragement to those out here. Take the time to grab somebody who might be a little apprehensive about going into a new environment. Maybe they're a skier, maybe they're not. Get them behind you or get behind them and show them the ropes and bring them out to a tournament. Dale works in a body shop, and he says he's not much interested in cars, so I don't know what kind of body shop that means. Maybe he hates his job. Maybe he's sculpting people physically. I have no idea. We got Dale Hendrickson coming up on pass number 2, backwards, trying to score that 200-point back deep water start to 2 feet, and he does. Coming out right side, there's a 1 foot. There's a reverse 1 foot. And he's going up into the basic back toe hold. Got nice body position,
Nice
good
release.
release. Foot's tracking nice and straight in the curl.
He's taking
Coming
his
up
time.
on the reverse, nice and call.
Yes.
Yeah, nails them both. That was beautiful. Coming
Oh,
right in.
That's it. That's
That's
all he
some
needs.
great
He's
skiing
happy with
there.
that.
Dale Hendrickson going right into the chop with the basic and reverse back toe and pulls them both off nicely. So I saw a 200-point start and a back 1 for 100, reverse back 1 for 100, a pair of toes for 200 each. So that's a great run for Dale Hendrickson.
I want to take a minute and thank Rod for doing the announcing. You know, this is a long job. Everybody appreciates his effort, and if you get a moment to thank Rod for all his work, please take that moment and appreciate it. You know, it's a lot of work to be up here, to know who the next skier is, keeping track, and to keep filling in while we have rope changes and official changes at the far end of the lake. And Rod keeps you up to date on what he knows and what's going on around the site. So make sure you give him a big thank you and applause. Thank you very much, Rod.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. It's always a pleasure to be here. Just, you know, it's such a great venue. People are terrific. And to be honest, I mean, the skiing is so exciting. I come here at 8 in the morning, grab the mic, and, you know, last night left at 6 o'clock. When the tournament was over, it seemed like I was only here for 2 hours. It's just so much fun to watch. You just get immersed in the action here. And, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to be here and encourage, if people want to hear about certain aspect of the sport, if you have a curiosity, if you want to know something about the skiers or the event, you know, please come up and approach us, and we'd like to feed you the information you're jonesing to learn about. So thanks for coming out to the site. We're going to have a great week of skiing here. Got some really special things planned for every day, but Saturday we're going to have some skiing under the lights. We're going to have a soccer tournament on site. some high-level competitive soccer. We're going to have a DJ, a band. There's going to be a beer tent. It's going to be pretty amazing. So make sure that you come back and enjoy the rest of the tournament. Glad you're here. Next skier on the water is going to be Chris Rinke, and he's coming off the tower on the south end of the lake for the flying tower start. And there he goes. Kind of a feet first dip in. Oh, he's going for the front tumble up tower start. He's in the curl on his belly. Going to roll over to his back. There he's on his back. Tumble around. Beautiful. Coming up on 2, or is he coming up on 1? Coming up on 1 foot. So there you see it, folks. That's a flying front tumble up to 1 for Chris Rinke. Going straight into a front toe basic for 100 points. There's a reverse front toe hold for 100 points. A tumble to 360 to 1. A reverse tumble 360 to 1 foot. Tumble 180 to 1. Boy, skiing a beautiful pass here. Nice and consistent tumbles and 1 foots. Solid pass for Chris Rinke. So that flying tower, that's a 100-point bonus coming off the tower. And then he's got a front tumble up to 1 foot. So that's a solid start there. So the tower bonus on the front tumble, you get a 150 for a front deep. A front tumbles another 100 bonus, and he's doing it to 1 foot. So what do we got there, Bob? Can you add all that up for us?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, is that all together? Is that like a 350?
That sounds like a
350, I think.
350 point start. That's right up there with that front toe up. Boy, if you can't do that toe up, start diving off of bridges and tumbling around, I guess, huh? You're hanging right there. That was always the thing. If a guy in your division was doing a toe up and you weren't, boy, you better start packing on some tricks, because when you're doing a front flyer for 100 and the guy just nailed the toe up and you're down 300 before you even start tricking, you better start rocking it. So
I think they just called out a 600 point for a first pass for Chris Rinke.
600
Is that
pass,
right?
huh?
That doesn't sound right to me.
No. There were a lot of 1 foot tumbles and some toe holds there. So those tumbles to 1 were 100 points. Those toe holds were 100 points. And, he at least got 4 100-point tricks in time plus that start. So
we'll see. There might be some
he's got
conferencing going on the boat there. And they may have made a mistake earlier, but we'll see what he got.
So at this point, we do know that we have had scores from the boat on Dale Hendrickson with a 1,330-point trick score, which is our top score. And then we had Mike Schenke with a 1,190. So before Chris's score comes in, we know Mike's got the silver position right now. And then we have Doug Bowen with 380 and some change or somewhere around that for currently in the bronze position.
So I think here we got 300 points is how I read that start for the tower start to tumble to 1. You got front tumble to 1 is a 150 and the tower bonus is 150.
That
so
sounds about right.
Yeah, 300.
Here we go. We got Chris Rinke coming up backwards, so 200-point start. And he's going to start out with, there's a basic 1 foot for 100 points, reverse 1 foot for 100 points. And he went out the back door. So he's going to get 400 points for his back pass.
He's happy. He's pumping his fist there. He got both of his 1 foots.
Yep.
And
nice
in that
run,
water,
Chris
he's going to be
Rinke.
happy.
Yeah, very patient. He took his time, made those clean. There was no question. The judges looking at that showed plenty of foot on the pickup there on those back 1 foots. Total score, composite score for Chris Rinke after 2 passes, 1,050 points. That's going to move him into the bronze medal position. It's going to leave Mike Schenke in the silver position with 1,190 points. And Dale Hendrickson's clinging to the gold position with 1,330 points. Next skier on the water is going to be Paul Adams with a 1,460 point personal best seed score. Paul, pretty consistent tricker here. You look at his scores over the years, there's not a lot of deviation. Really solid skier. He's going to come off he's going to come out of the water here doing a front toe up, and he is going to make it look easy. He's one of these guys just, some guys have to just rock up hard to get up on it, and it's not always there. Paul's one of these guys, he just puts his foot in, stands up, and it makes it look like he's getting out of the lazy chair in the living room. So he's gonna come out and nail that 400-point start. Thing I like about Paul, watch his, he's going to do a tumble 360 to 1, and he's going to come right up out of that tumble 360 to 1 right up into the toe hold, not going to waste any time. It's going to be a really fast and efficient transition from trick to trick. So good tricker here. Second pass, Paul's going to come up backwards. He's going to do some back ones, and he's going to go after that back to front. Capable of hitting that back to front and throwing down more tumbles. So personal best this year he put up in tricks. He can do it at any given tournament. Very consistent skier. So here we go, Paul Adams, front toe up. He's in the strap. Going to come out and cheek out to his left and settling himself inside the wake. Plant that foot. He's going to make this look easy. Look at that. Didn't break a sweat. Comes up beautiful, 400 points. Going right into the tumble, 360 to 1. Watch this one. He's going to tumble right up into the toe strap. Nope, he decided to go to the 180 tumbles to 1. 180 tumble to 2. Coming back, 180 tumble to 2. He's going to save the other ones. There's a wave, and a hop. So, and a 1 foot, and another wave. So what you're going to see backwards here, so he left the 180s to 1 on the counter. So he's going to come up backwards, score that 200-point back deep water start. He's going to go into some back 1 foots for 100. Then he's going to go after that back to front turn for 200 points. You're going to see him. I'm guessing Paul's going to either go into the 1 foot, 1 hand waves, depending on how the water feels. Otherwise, he's going into the tumble 180s, and on that reverse tumble 180 to 1, he's going to take it right up into the front toe strap and score those front toe holds for 100 points each. So let's see what he does. $740 points for Paul Adams on that beautiful first pass. Stood it up end to end. So he's going to need 400 points roughly to get him into the bronze medal position. No, actually he's going to need 300 points to move into the bronze medal position. And with that 200-point start, he's consistent on that back deep. He's going to get that 1 foot in. So he's going to – I don't see Paul not moving up into medal contention here with this next pass. After Paul, we're going to bring out men's forward jump gold medalist from this year's Nationals, Rick Stenson, with a 1580. That's another guy who's going to toe up, and you're going to see some turns out of Rick. We got Paul in the water, rope getting tight.
Paul's also probably the hardest working guy running a tournament here, and everybody works hard, but Paul's always running full speed wherever he goes. He's part of the Minnesota Barefoot crew that they just run on a phenomenal tournament here.
We got Paul coming up backwards. There it is, scoring the 200-point start. Getting really comfortable he looks really comfortable in the curl. There's that clean basic 1 foot, going for the reverse 1 foot. And no, he's going to go to the back to front. He's still got the handle, scores the back to front, going into the tumbles there's tumble to 2. 1 hand wave. Okay, so Paul's got the back deep water start for 200, the basic back 1 for 100. He got the back to front for 200, so he's got 500 points minimum there. That's going to put him at 1240 in the silver medal position. Not sure if he's going to have enough to take over Dale Hendrickson, but definitely enough to move into the silver with that run. That was a nice run. Going into the chop for Paul Adams, great job. And as you said, Bob, there is not a guy you can find that puts more effort into tournaments. This isn't just a show up on Saturday or show up on a Friday and go home on Sunday, or even for nationals, show up on Monday and go home on Sunday. This is a year-round thing for Paul, and I've never seen. I started working with Paul years ago when the first Nationals was here, and he really took the lead on everything and the details and stuff. And then this year, he showed me what he had planned, and I was just, my jaw hit the floor. I couldn't believe the detail. It's like he's living this stuff every day. The amount of there's no stone uncovered. I mean, he knows who's doing everything from. I saw people wiping the bleachers down this morning at 7:30. He knows everything going on related to every aspect of the tournament. So, sounds like that's a score of 1,290 points total for Paul Adams. And
these are all preliminary scores.
These are preliminary.
But
good point, Bob. And that's going to move him currently into the silver medal position with Dale Hendrickson hanging on to gold and Mike Schanke holding on to the bronze spot.
And Paul will be part of that crew that'll be running the world event here next year. And like I said, you couldn't have a better crew of people running a world-class tournament that's going to be here at the Blue Moon.
Yeah, as I was mentioned earlier with Paul, it's not just tournament directing. I mean, he's turning wrenches on boats, he's fixing jumps, he's setting up video, and son Max here, his right-hand man, this kid here is amazing. I mean, the amount of responsibility for a young man and the intelligence he has with all this equipment. I'm just completely thankful and impressed by all the effort that the whole Adams family's putting into these events. Next on the water, we got Rick Stenson. I mentioned he's a toe-up guy, so he's been doing that toe-up for years. Actually, kind of a little bit of history on Rick. I met him about 20 years ago in his office in Minneapolis when he was working as a financial advisor, and he was in a suit and tie, and he was rolling around on the floor with a front toe handle he had in his office, trying to help me out how to nail my front toe up. So he's been at this for a long time. Another guy who's pretty consistent. Coming up to the left side of the wake, and there it is, Rick Stenson. No problem pushing up that 400-point front toe up start. Rick's a guy. He's there. He's loading. There's a front toe for 100 points. Reverse front toe for 100 points, and recovers from it. There's a 1 foot, and a hop. So, Rick Stenson, you're going to see him come up. Rick Stenson's never happy at a tournament unless he's doing turns on his trick pass. So, he's going to come up on his second pass. He's going to come up backwards. I think you're going to see a back-to-front turn, and then you're going to see him go into a front-to-back, probably a reverse back-to-front. He's going to try to score all 4 turns, I'm guessing, on his next pass. So let's see how he handles the conditions here. Like I say, he's going to
have to wait it out to the other end of the lake.
He's been doing this. Possible. He's doing this a long time, and I know Rick. He's a guy. If he doesn't make his turns in a tournament, he's not happy, regardless of what his score is. So he's going to go after the turns. He's not a guy I'm going to expect to see come back tumbling up the lake and playing it conservative. He's going to go after it with the turns. So let's see how he handles the conditions here. He's kind of he tends to, there's some skiers that like to do the turns more upright on axis, and Rick is more of a leaning away turning guy. So I think for the conditions here, the fact that he gets into I'm going to do the turn. So we're going to see Rick Stenson come back and put together a run with some turns here. Haven't heard a provisional score on the first pass. Not as high. I don't expect it to be as high as Paul Adams, since Paul had some 1 foot tricks in there. We did get a front toe hold basic out of Rick, so that's going to be 100 points. But we had a pretty good first run by Mike Schanke, and we had a pretty good first run there with Dale Hendrickson. So it's not sewn up for a medal position yet for Rick Stenson. He's going to have to throw down some tricks here in pass number 2 to get into the medal positioning.
It's tight competition in the men's four. Tight.
Yes, it is. Anything's possible. So here we go. Rick Stenson coming up backwards, trying to score that 200-point back deep water start. And he hits it. There's 200 on the board, and he's setting up in the left curl. I think we're going to see a 1 foot hop and then a bunch of turns here.
Waiting it out for the calm water, which is smart.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like he's tracking pretty good. He's actually skiing pretty upright. There's a nice back to front turn on axis. Rick setting up, going for the front to back. Got it. He nails it. There's a 200-point. Oh, got the back to front. He's got 3 turns, going for the reverse front to back, and runs out of time. So Rick's going to get credit for 3 turns, excuse me. He's got 2 back to fronts and a front to back. And they changed he gets 200 for the back to front, 250 for the front to back, so 650 there for Rick Stenson plus a 200-point start. That's 850. That's a great run for Rick Stenson. That's the highest scoring pass we've seen yet.
He didn't get his first run score, so hopefully we'll get a preliminary score for his total run here.
Yeah, I got to believe that's going to push Rick into the gold medal position there with those 3 turns and in the back deep start. So what's kind of interesting is he didn't do the 1 foot hop for. Okay, great score for Rick Stenson going into the chop. He's taken over the leader position. So in the gold position, we've got Rick Stenson with 14:30. That pushes Dale Hendrickson into the silver medal position with 13:30. We've got Paul Adams clinging to the bronze position with 1,290 points.
Our next skier on the water is going to be a Clay Bourbonnais, part of the Wichita group.
After we finish this event, we're going to do a medal ceremony. We're going to present the medals for the jump, the men's 1 through 3 jump, and that we did not present yesterday. So, men's 1 through 3 jumpers, please show up to the medal podium area after this wake slalom event. And we're also going to present the medals for the girls' tricks and boys' slalom events from this morning.
All right, Rod, we got skier on the water, Clay Bourbonnais, doing another tower front tumble up. We'll see if he does it to 1. Nice tumbled around. He's going to stand it up to 1. Nice.
Nice job, Clay
Nice
Bourbonnais.
tower start. That's 300 points. Toe hold, reverse toe hold. Nice. Goes right into a tumble to 1. Reverse 360 to 1. Going 180s to 1. Reverse 180 to 1. And then throwing in a hop at the end there. Nice run. All clean and all in time, I'm thinking there. So that's a great run for Clay Bourbonnais. Barefoot Clay out of Wichita, Kansas. Held a nationals there, event there. Beautiful site there in Wichita. In Mays, Kansas, to be specific.
Yeah, Clay's out of Wichita. He's been skiing for 30 years, barefooting for 18 years. And he's been a wrestler all his life. I don't know if he's doing the mixed martial arts stuff now or just having a few beers with his buddy and breaking living room furniture and coming off the couch with the body slam or what kind of stuff he's got, but he's still into it. You think he wears costume and face paint, or what kind of wrestler is he?
I have no idea. That's a good question. I don't know.
Clay Bourbonnais with a 1,800 personal best seed score. Clay's pushed the envelope. He put up that 1,800 point score at the South Central Regionals here a few weeks ago, which for him, his personal all-time best was 1820. So and that was in 2012 at Nationals. So he's skiing as best as he's ever skied in his long career.
So we'll see what we get for Clay's score, but he did, he did that tower start to 1. That's a 300-point start plus all 4 tumbles to 1, and then he threw in a hop at the end there. We're not sure what he got scored for the hop, but it's going to be around 700 to 800 points there for his first run.
That's a great first run. He's going to position himself well here for the medals. Coming up backwards, scoring the back deep water start for 200. In the left curl, there's a hop for 100, 1 foot for 100, reverse 1 foot for 100. Looked like he was going to set up for the back toe. He is changing his mind. He nails the reverse back toe, or what was going to be the reverse. There, he's going for the other one. Got the 1 foot wave. I didn't see a release on the toe. There's a 1 foot wave. So he got the back 1 foot waves, and those are paying pretty good these days too.
Mm-hmm.
I think is that a 200-point trick now? The back 1 foot wave.
I believe so.
And he, it wasn't cheesy. I think he had his foot over the top of the rope when he did them as well.
Crystal clear.
So that's a solid run for Clay Bourbonnais. Next skier on the water is going to be the Kenny Kestner. Kenny's been an open pro tricker in his career. I've seen him put up some huge numbers and some huge turns. This guy can do multiples. I had a chance to talk to Kenny this week, and he said the tricking's been going pretty well lately. He said he's actually been making his 5s, so 540 turns in practice. So do the math. That's a 360 plus a 180 on the end, so he's spinning like a top. Kenny, he'll go into 360 turns. He'll throw 540s. I mean, this guy turns spins like a top. So we'll see what he's got planned here. He'll come up with a front toe up consistently. We've got a new leader, Clay Bourbonnais, with a 1,550-point trick score. Moves him into gold medal position. Rick Stenson drops to silver with 1,430. And Dale Hendrickson moves to bronze with 1,330.
So Kenny Kester skis a little bit south here, the Johnson Creek area. Trains a lot and skis a lot with Danny Baumgartner, and so he's coming up with a toe up.
Kenny Kester in the curl.
That's not Kenny.
No. Blake Ellers.
Kenny may be a scratch here.
Yeah, that's a Blake Ellers there.
Yeah, so
coming
Kenny
in with
must
a
be
toe
on
up.
Scratch. So
there's a tumble 360 to 1, reverse tumble 360 to 1, tumble 180 to 1, reverse tumble 180 to 1 foot, right up into a toe, no pause. There's a 1 foot wave, reverse 1 foot wave. I think I heard the timer in the middle. I think he got credit for the 1 foot wave basic. But solid run for Blake Eller, scoring 4 tumble 360s to 1. Very efficient skiing, goes right up into that toe hold.
did he do a toe up there? I didn't catch it. Did he do a toe up?
Yeah, there was a toe up for Blake Ellers, a 400-point start. Okay, a reminder here, we're running ahead of schedule. We're going to have a medal ceremony. We got Blake Ellers on the water. We're going to run high C Jim Youngblood after that, and then we're going to do a medal ceremony right out front. So men's 1 through 3 jumpers from yesterday's event. We'd like to present your medals on the medal podium. Great photo opportunity. And then we're going to present the medals for the girls' tricks and boys' wake slalom event from this morning, right after that. So please congregate by the medal podium after this event.
So we got 1,030 points for Blake Ehlers for his first pass. So that's a good start for a first pass. We'll see what he's got set up for his second one. He only needs about 500 points, a little over 500 points to put himself into gold medal position.
Yeah, 300 gets him into the bronze. 500's gonna push him around the gold.
He should have
here.
that in his trick bag, no problem.
Yeah.
But with this chop, you never know. Water's a little chippy, so he's gonna have to ski smart. And
so with a Kenny Kessner scratch, what this means is, at worst, Clay Bourbonnais is going to get the bronze. That's the worst he can do. So Clay Bourbonnais on the podium. He's currently holding on to gold, trying to stay on top of the medal podium.
all
We
right,
got Blake Ehlers trying to
back
knock him
deep.
off right here in pass number 2. Coming up, scores the 200-point start.
He's gonna wait now for the good water, which is smart. He's just waiting it out. A lot of time, long lake here.
There's a hop for
Yep,
100.
hop.
There's a 1 foot. 1 foot. He's up to 500 points. Going for the back toe.
Whoa,
Getting a
whoa,
little
whoa.
quick. Whoa, he's down. I saw 500 points there. That's
Wow.
going to not give.
That's gonna be close.
I saw 500 points. That's 1530. That's not going to be enough to take over Clay Bourbonnais.
He's gonna be just short, possibly just short. Like we said, these conditions out here, Rod, I mean, anything can happen, and he started tracking a little bit. He was going for that 1 foot toe hold and started tracking outside and just lost an edge.
Yeah, what I see right there after that pass, I'm seeing Clay Bourbonnais holding on to gold with 1,530. I see Blake Ehlers with the silver at 1,530, missing it by 20 points at this point, and I see Rick Stenson hanging on to bronze with 1,430. With top seed Jim Youngblood still to ski.
These are definitely all preliminary scores.
So
we don't
these
know
are-
this for sure, but right now that's what we're looking at. It's tight.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is Blake Ehlers and Clay Bourbonnais locked into a medal at this point with Rick Stenson on the bubble, Jim Youngblood top seed. With Jim Youngblood, here's a guy he's going to throw a lot of stuff at you. He's been a guy doing flips over the years. He's a guy that can turn. Pretty consistent tricker. Was an open tricker for a while. Open wake slalom skier. So he's a solid all-around skier. We're going to see what he's capable of putting up in these conditions here, if he's going to do any adjustments to his runs. He's a 2,400-point personal best seed, like I mentioned. He's been over 3,000 a number of times in his career. Jim Youngblood skiing out of Michigan in the Midwest region. Daughter Alex is here. She's won national titles. Jim has actually won overall titles at the Nationals in the past. So, strong skier. The medals here are still up for grabs.
Wind is definitely picking up here, folks. It's coming out of the south right down the lake, so anything can happen here. Jim is going to have to really put out a good run in some really testy water.
Here we
Coming in
go.
the front toe up.
Cheeking out to the left. Setting up in the curl for the front toe up. Jim Youngblood. There it is. Scores at
Presses it
400
up.
points. Nice toe up for Jim. Let's see if he goes with the turns, the flips. What's he going to do? Going with the basic front toe. Look like pretty smooth there. He's
Yep.
dealing with it. Oh, going
Here
for the
comes the
flip.
flip.
There it is. Front flip. Oh,
no.
Lost the handle. So, okay, what? There's another flip. He repeats it. He nails that. That's 500 points.
Nice.
So I didn't see him set up in the table and flip out. So I think that's a repeat trick there, I believe, for 500.
Yeah.
But he had a 400-point toe up, a basic and reverse. So I see 600. I see 1,100 at least on that pass.
It's going to be tight. I mean, if that flip was in time, too. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
that's the other
it was
question
close, but I
So-
think he was in time with that, though.
I don't. They've backed off on the credit for the back to fronts. It doesn't matter as long as you get the handle. I don't know for the front flip if there's been any lenience given. If
Maybe
you lose the
Brian
front,
Heaney could shed us a little light on that.
yeah. If you lose the handle like that, if you can still come around and get full credit, not sure how that works these days. So we'll hear what the judges report for a trick, but that could be, with that 400 and the toes, and a 500. That could put him at 1100. That's not a bad. That's a pretty sweet score for one pass.
So we're
Not
getting
enough to
handle
get into the
change.
medal right away, but
He's getting a handle change, so he's definitely going to be doing some back toes here.
yeah,
Getting his back toe handle out. So you're going to probably do some back toes and then maybe back to front.
You know, I'm not even sure we're going to see a back toe. There's some guys that turn. I just like the stiffness of the back toe handle for turns. And if you're a shyster, you know, having a handle change gives you a little extra rest time too. So there's a strategy there with, I want a few more breaths. I'm not going to really use this handle, but I have the right to change handles, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it and buy myself a little extra time. So hard to say what Jim's thinking. Saw a couple guys come up thinking back toe. Actually, on the last pass, we saw Blake Ellers try for the basic, bailed on it, went to the reverse, scored it nice, came back to the basic, and then fell on the basic. So conditions here for back toes, a little tricky.
All right, here we go. He's setting up for a back deep. Going for 200-point start. No problem there. He's up and edging out of the wake. Now
Good
we'll
solid
see. He's
start.
probably going to wait it out if he's smart here as long as he can.
And
Taking his time. There you
there's
go.
a
1
back
foot.
one.
Reverse.
Back one. He's got 300 points.
Whoa, whoa,
200
whoa.
points on
Almost
the board.
lost it.
400 points.
Back toe.
He is going for the back toe.
He's
Gets
got
that.
it.
So there's 200.
Reverse.
And
And
he's
he's
going
out
for
of
the turn.
time.
Yep. No turns out of Jim.
Yep.
So there's
Oh,
a
he
turn.
did a turn at the
There's
end,
a nice
but
turn.
that's out of time
yeah,
for
I think
sure.
that's going to be out of time. But I saw a back deep for 2, a 1 foot for 100. That's 400, and a back toe for 200 now.
One.
They up the scores on the. Yep. What was that? That's the final skier for this event. We're going to have a medal ceremony here. I would like the men's 1, 2, 3 jumpers and the girls 1 through 3 trickers from this morning, and the boys 1 through 3 wake slalom skiers from this morning. Report to the medal podium area, please.
It'd be nice to get the scores on a consistent basis. The crews are not, just help to build a little interest when you know where people are positioned and what they got to do.
Now's a good time to head on over to the concession stand and taste some of that fine cuisine being cooked up by Chef Polino. We're going to present some medals, so grab your cameras, photo opportunity, and then we're going to move into the men's international and men's open pro wake slalom event. We're going to follow that up with the men's 1 wake slalom, and then we're going to knock off for the day. So if you didn't get the message last night, there's a prime rib dinner that's going on for the skiers over at the restaurant down the road here tonight. If you're not on the reservation form, please talk to somebody in the scores booth below the tower if you'd like to go, so they can get a reservation put in for the group. Boys 1 through 3 jumpers, we request your presence here at the medal podium area. Men's 1 through 3 jumpers. Girls 2, girls 3 tricks from this morning. And boys 1, 2, and 3 wake slalom. We would appreciate your presence near the medal podium area, please.
Anybody know is the WBC beer tent open yet?
We're going to move into the International Men's and Open Pro Men's Wake Slalom event following the medal ceremony here. Now's a good time to grab some lunch or head over to the World Barefoot Center tent in a little bit here and grab a cold one, the Bud Light tent. We've got the World Barefoot Center tent to the south end of the bleachers for those needing a shopping fix. Okay, we're going to announce the first. We're going to start out with the awards for the jump events yesterday, and I'm going to announce the boys 3 jump gold medalists. Jumping here, winning the boys 3 2015 national gold medal in jump with the best jump of 7.7 meters. We have Logan Walter. 2015 U.S. Barefoot National Men's 1 jump champion, gold medalist with an 8.0 meter jump, Matthew Martin. In the men's 2 division, winning the silver medal with an 8.9 meter jump, Andrew Martin. Your men's 2015 gold medalist, jump champion with a 10.2 meter jump, David Wheeler. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the men's 3 division, earning the bronze medal in jump with an 8.1 meter jump, Corey Jones. Our silver medalist in the men's 3 jump event with a 9.4 meter jump, Chris McWaters. Winning the gold medal with a 10.5 meter jump, our 2015 men's 3 jump champion, Bill Lindeman. Bill, you're looking a little different, pal. Congratulations. We're going to move on to the awards for the girls' 2 tricks that took place this morning, the first event of the day. With 70 points in the silver medal, girls' 2, Riley Stenson. Your 2015 girls' 2 trick champion, standing up her first ever long line back deep, skiing it down the lake, throwing in the tumble turns for the first time and shattering her personal best record with 309 points, Megan Adams, our gold medalist. Nice job, ladies. Next, we're going to present the awards for girls' 3 tricks. We had some great skiing from the competitors in that division. Winning the silver medal with 370 points, Sammy Eaton. Our 2015 U.S. Barefoot National girls' 3 gold medalist, trick champion with 510 points, Grace Petzold. Great job, ladies. Moving on to the boys 1 wake slalom. Youngest competitor of the tournament. Showing some great skiing this morning. With a score of 2.43, our 2015 Boys 1 gold medalist and slalom champion, Easton Olson. Congratulations, Easton. Great job. Moving on to the boys 2 wake slalom medals with the 3.88 score in the bronze medal, Zach Schultz. Zach Schultz. Earning the silver medal in the boys 2 wake slalom event with a 4.9, James Callahan. And your 2015 Boys 2 Wake champion with an 8.6, destroying his personal best, Bryce Storman. Moving on to the boys 3 medals with a 0.48 in the bronze medal, Garrett Van Osdel. Bronze medalist Garrett Van Osdel. With the silver medal and a 3.45 wake score, Stefan Lepelgus. And your boys 3 2015 Wake Slalom champion, gold medalist with an 8.8, Logan Walter. And that concludes the medals. However, I would like to announce the open men jump individuals who are advancing to the finals after yesterday's first round of jumping. So the cutoff position at the 4th spot with a 15.2 meter jump is Patrick O'Hara. Congratulations, Patrick. And we had a tie for the 2nd and 3rd slot moving into the finals with a 15.4. Moving on is Doug Jordan. Joining Doug Jordan with a 15.4 moving into the finals, we have Brody Meskers. And our top jumper in the open men's division first round yesterday with a 16.8 moving on to the finals, Landon Ellers. Congratulations, gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you in the finals. Next, we're going to move on to the International Men's and Open Pro Men's Wake Slalom event. If you're in the boat crew, a judging crew, please proceed to the starting dock or to the boats for that event. That will be the last event of the day. As I mentioned previously, there is a dinner this evening at Castlewood Supper Club. If you're interested, please submit reservations for any number of friends or family you would like to bring along to the individuals below the announcer's tower here at the scorer's desk. Thank you.
Any idea on how long till we start the next event?
Looks like pretty quick. The boat's down there. I see skiers
Yeah,
down there.
medals are over. Medals are over, so. Right at. If available.
Men 1 if available.
So.
That's for this week slalom. That's
Oh, what are we doing? We're doing. Men's 2.
We're going to move on to the Open Pro Men's and Open Men's International Round 1. So this is the first round. They're going to ski it up. The top skiers, top half of the top half scores are going to move on to the finals. And then we're going to go into the Men's 1 Wake Slalom division. That will be the last event of the day. And we're going to present the medals for Men's 6 through 10, the overall medals, as those events have been completed already. we'll present the medals for the men's 4 tricks and men's 5 slalom events. We finished earlier today. And the men's 1 wake slalom medals as well after we complete that event, if the scores are available. So get comfortable. We've got plenty of skiing left here today. Got the concession stand open. Enjoy the rest of the day. First skier on the water we're going to see here is going to be, sounds like we got a flyover coming here. Is that Blake Heller's personal jet? Looks like some military aircraft patrolling the cornfields again here at the Blue Moo. I can't tell if it's just the wind drowning it out.
Oh, that one's muted.
First skier on the water here is going to be Rick Moyes out of Manchester, England, 25 years of age. And this isn't the only time we'll see Rick. I expect him to be back next year for the Worlds. He's been skiing for 4 years. His favorite event is tricks. His biggest water skiing influence is Landon Ehlers. And he also plays the piano. So here we go, coming up. People call him the real Rick Moyes. Coming up on pass number 1, setting up in the curl. There's a nice cross. Number 1. Number 2. Got 3 1-foot crosses. There's 4. Rick Moyes. England, international competitor. Nice pass for Rick Moyes. Good consistent style there all the way through the wake. Nice quick transitions, staying low, skiing with the wind forward. Rick has a 11.0 personal best seating score. Getting some reps here on Blue Moo before the World Tournament next year. That's a 6.2 on the first pass for Rick Moyes. Better than halfway to his personal best score of 11.0. So Rick, relatively new to the sport, started skiing 3 years ago at the age of 24, and just posted that personal best score of 11.0 at the 2015 PGA season opener here in the U.S. Tricks is his strongest event. He put up 3,020 points in that event. So we'll probably see Rick I'm sure we'll see Rick in the trick event here following later days here in the tournament. So should be a fun guy to watch. We'll see him back here next year at the World Championships. Rick's done some skiing out of the World Barefoot Center. Here we go. He's coming up backwards for his second wake slalom pass. There's a nice 1 foot cross. Basic coming back on number 2, holding it up there. Looks like he's going to score. That was a nice quick cross on number 3, shot a little wide. Coming back on number 4, looked like a late pickup. Not sure if he'll get credit for that. Standing it up, skiing into the wind, Rick Moyes, Great Britain. Rick Moyes being a open tricker, he's a guy you might see do some toe turns in his run. Probably glad he's not toe turning on his last pass going into the wind. But the conditions are supposed to get pretty favorable here. This is the windiest day in the forecast for the tournament. We're going to have some warm days, but better wind direction and not as strong a wind condition. So it's going to be really good for the guys. So that's a 10.9 provisional score for Rick Moyes, setting the bar. There's 11 skiers in this division, so you'll see the top 6 advance to the finals. Next skier on the water is going to be Brem Allen. Brem is an international skier. I believe he's from Canada. Yeah, Brem Allen is a Canadian skier. Skied in the 2006 Junior Worlds as part of Team Canada. He's a guy that, at age 24, he started out at 16 skiing Canadian and skied some Canadian nationals and skied in the last World Barefoot Championships. But at the 2014 Canadian Championships last year, he put up a 7,200 point score in tricks. So going to be some good skiing coming out of Brem Allen here. There's first cross number 1, nice solid 1 foot, nice sweeping style. He's got that speed, nice quick transition, keeping it nice and tight to the wake here. Brem Allen from Canada having a great first pass. First round of the Open International Division. Skis it out end to end. So Brem Allen, he's in that U.S. Open score. He's in that 14.0 area. He put up a 14 this year at the last year's 2014 Canadian Challenge, and he's been consistently putting up 14.2. Skied. That was a very good 8.0 first pass for Brem Allen. He skied a 14.2 in the Elite World Championships in 2014. So with an 8.0, it appears he's probably got a good shot at meeting or exceeding his all-time personal best score of 14.2. Next skier on the water after Brem Allen is going to be Cody Ebert, first Open Pro USA men's skier in this event. Brem Allen studied at Brock University in Canada. And he skis out of Quebec, trains with Randy Dyer. Got Canadian Brem Allens getting ready for pass number 2. Got the handle. And he's rolling over, coming up backwards for pass number 2. Brem Allen's skiing out to the left side of the wake from the judge's view. Testing the water there. There it is, cross number 1. Nice clean cross. Ooh, tagged on number 2. Dug that foot in, but held on. Started getting pulled backwards, but was able to hang on to it. Now he's in a nice rhythm. Got a good posture going. Some nice clean crosses. That was a great recovery for Brem Allen. He had a struggle on cross number 2. Finishes it off with a nice sweet back to front turn there. Skis it out, but good recovery for Brem Allen. Number 2, he got a little pulled back a little bit, buried that heel, and the shoulders came back in a hurry. It looked like he was going to go out the back door. Recovered it, and then settled down. Actually had some really good crosses, I think in cross number 4, 5. So finished it off. He's going to get a full credit pass to go with that 8.0 first pass score on his forward run. And he's going to be so that's a 14.3. That's a new all-time personal best score for Brem Allen out of Canada. Supposed to be after this. That is correct. Next skier on the water is going to be Cody Ebert with a 15.2 personal best seed score. Cody's 22 years old from Utica, Pennsylvania. Open pro skier. He's been skiing since he was 6 years old. Favorite event is tricks. He's been tearing it up in the tricks event for quite a while. Skied at the World Championships in the last Worlds. We got Cody up on the water, coming in forward for pass number 1. And he's got a nice 1 foot cross. Got a good rhythm going here. There's number 3, number 4. There's number 5. Good pace going, nice and clean for Cody. Ooh, went down. I think that was late. Might have been on cross number 7 though. So with a 15 and change for a personal best, that might set him back a little bit. If that was cross number 7, he's going to really have to crank it up backwards to try to get into the finals here. Cody he's got to be one of the favorites to make the U.S. elite team skiing in the World Championships here next year. Good solid skier, puts up some amazing trick scores. So that was a 5.6 first pass score for Cody Ebert. Puts him in a tough position here in the wake slalom event. See what the conditions aren't great, and they're not getting any better here. So that could have something to do with Cody going down on his 6th cross. But the rest of the crew's got to ski in the same conditions. So we'll see what shakes out. For this division, do they cut everybody in half for the finals, or do they take the U.S. skiers and divide those in half? You know? Got Cody Ebert coming up on his 2nd pass backwards, cutting out to the right side of the wake. And there's cross number 1. Nice solid 1-foot cross. Really cranking out the back ones. Boy, he's flying. Scored him. Doesn't seem to be bothered by the water conditions at all. Nice tight transitions. Good consistent body position. Great run by Cody Ebert. Throws a nice back to front at the end. Yeah, good run by Cody Ebert. He's got to be happy with that. Catch all that? I started listening halfway through it. I was already behind.
Are we winning?
Sounds like we got a better shot at finding Jimmy Hoffa's body than figuring that out.
I tried.
For that.
I was hoping I could get up more.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
That one we bought brand new in 2000.
Next skier on the water is going to be Doug Jordan out of the Western region with the 15.4 seed score.
Hell yeah, we can put her in retirement mode until she dies. How many skiers we got left today?
11. Probably. Here we go. We got Doug Jordan coming up on his first pass forward. This is it. 7. We got about 13 left. We got Doug Jordan setting up on the left side of the wake. Nice, beautiful first cross. Oh, yeah, he's got a good pace going here. Got that nice sweeping transition. Gets that foot extended. Nice keeping the thighs nice and parallel. The knees are pretty close together there. Great form by Doug Jordan. Oh, that's Willie.
I didn't think it looked like Doug.
Doug Jordan a scratch or something? I was told that was Willie Farrell. It is Willie Farrell. We lost Doug Jordan somewhere in the lineup here, so.
He's right there in a yellow shirt waving at you.
Oh.
There's one more event after this.
Willie Farrell, first pass. Yeah.
This one. 7 there.
Willie's been a U.S. team member a number of times. Here this year, trying to carve out a spot on the senior world team next year to ski in the World Championships here at Blue Moon in 2016. Traveled from Sacramento, California, the Western region, to the great state of Wisconsin. Willie's put up 18 plus past tournaments. More recently is 16-8 at the 2012 Senior World Barefoot Championships. Took last season off, skied the 2013 regionals in the Open Pro Division where he put up a 16-4 in the Western Regional Championships and a 15-9 at the U.S. Nationals in 2013. So here comes Willie Farrell, pass number 2, setting up right side of the wake, holding that foot up nice and high. Very clean skiing by Willie Farrell. He's going after it. Willie Farrell, pass number 2. There's no question about whether those feet are up in the air, that's for sure.
Hey, boys and girls, the today's Dairy Farm Tour, if you're interested, immediately following the tournament, we got one more slalom event after this one. As soon as that last skier has let go of the rope, we will go take a Dairy Farm Tour. If you're in the mood, see you then.
If you're in the mood. Next skier on the water is going to be Open Pro Wake Slalom skier Chris McWaters with a 16.1 seed score.
Even? 15 or 6? Methane?
Chris McWaters coming up, age 44, out of Winter Haven, Florida. Been skiing for only 4.5 years. His biggest water skiing influence has been the World Barefoot Center. And he is an emergency room RN, which explains why he's our safety director here. He's running the show for safety this year, doing a great job. Chris McWaters, first pass. We got Chris on the water coming up forward. Cheeking out the right side of the wake from a boat judging view. Setting up in the curl. There's pass cross number 1. Nice 1 foot. Getting right back on it. Nice transition. Great foot angle. Keeping the thighs nice and tight. Great form by Chris McWaters. That's an awesome run there. He's really going after it. Not spending a lot of time in transition. It's 1 foot down. The other one's off the water. Not seeing 2 feet on the water at all with Chris McWaters there on pass number 1. Chris McWaters only been skiing tournaments for 4 years now. Started in 2012 in the men's 3 division, and quickly. So that's a 7.2 first pass for Chris McWaters. and skied his personal all-time best 16.1. That's the 16.0s, the cutoff for the Open Pro division. Chris had spent just 1 year skiing Open, which is a 14.0 cutoff. So his skiing's really taken off. Actually, he did put up a 15.3 back in 2014 at the season opener, and still skiing at a high level. Put up his all-time personal best score of 16.1 at the Southern Regionals just a few weeks ago. So really taking his wake slalom skiing to a new height. Chris McWaters setting up for his second pass. Going to be coming in backwards. He's upside down. Coming up on plane backwards. There's the plant. Skiing out to the right side of the wake. Setting up in the curl. And he's holding, waiting, and waiting. Here he goes, cross number 1. Oh, out the back door. Chris McWaters catching a heel on first cross. A little bit of indication how rough the water is here. Skiing into the, just got a little tall, caught that heel, and went down. Cross number 2, I believe that was. Transitioning into number 2. So probably looking at about an 8.2. Unfortunately, I don't think that. Well, hard to say. I just heard the judges give me the rules for how all of the consideration plays out here for who makes it into the next round, and we were all sitting up here cross-eyed, looking at each other. Andrea Formella explained it over the radio, and we lost her after about a 20-minute explanation. And she kept going, so not quite sure how that's going to play out here. We've got men's international and USA Open Pro skiers commingled in this event, so not sure how all that's going to shake out. But we'll be sure and announce it as soon as we have it. So that's an 8.2 for Chris McWaters. Next skier on the water is going to be Brendan Page. We got Brendan Page, men's international from Australia. He'll be skiing on the at the World Championships next year, representing Australia. Very solid wake slalom skiers, been up in the 17s before. Coming in forward, very light skier. There it is. Okay, he's tearing it up. Nice transition, really fast. Staying nice and low. Very consistent. Wow, great job. Great run by Brendan Page. He's just tearing it up there. Beautiful transitions, setting down, picking up quickly. setting down at an angle. He's going right back at the wake, skiing everything clean. That was a beautiful pass for Brendan Page. Brendan showed up at the 2012 Cooler by the Lake tournament that run by Mike Malepsky, and he put up a 17.2 at that tournament in wake slalom. So that's an 8.6 first pass for Brendan Page. Great score. That's the best forward wake pass we've seen yet out of the guys in this division today. Brendan's from Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. In his spare time, he likes scaling big orange moose. There we go. He's got a position turn, front to back. That's a confident skier there, going into the chop. Position turn. Okay, we got a beautiful 1 foot cross fast starting out. He's cranking it. He wants this. Brendan Page on cross number 4. There's 5. Quick transitions. 6. Boy, he's flying. This is a great score. This might be a personal best clip here for Brendan Page. He's looking really clean. Throws a back to front turn at the end. Wow, that was impressive. A little bit of one knee skiing coming into the end of the lake there. Going to be fun to watch that guy trick here later in the tournament. That was a solid score both ways for Brendan Page out of Queensland, Australia. You'll see plenty more of that young man next year at the U.S. World Championships here being hosted at the Blue Moo Lake. That's a 16.6 composite score for Brendan Page. Not too far off his all-time personal best score that he set 3 years ago here stateside. Next skier on the water is going to be Joe Lovato out of the Western region with a 17.2 all-time personal best score, which he set recently. Joe Lovato is 37 years old. He's from Lake Oswego, Oregon. He's been skiing for 14 years. And he is the reigning 2015 men's 3 overall barefoot champion. His biggest water skiing influence was his dad, Chris Sternago, who many of us remember as a nationals competitor. Brian Heaney and Doug Jordan. Jay Luke. And when he's not skiing, he likes to travel. Joe Lovato coming up forward past number 1. There's a nice first cross. Going right after it, number 2. 3, got a good pace going. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nice foot angle to the wake there. Staying nice and low. Skiing it end to end. Joe Lovato. outside of the skiing, Joe's done a lot to help the sport from a IT infrastructure perspective. We have a forum, ABC forum online through the American Barefoot Club, and Joe was pretty instrumental about setting all that up, where we've had chat rooms and different topics discussion, been able to help kids and other people out all over the country and world with barefoot tips in the forums.
What was that?
I believe we were hearing 8.1 from the boat judges on Joe's first pass. But Joe's pretty instrumental in setting all that up. If you haven't been out to the site, the ABC website, you can get there by going to www.barefoot.org and get to the forum. If you have questions, interests, if you're traveling around the country and you want to ski with items from other skiers or get good advice on what to buy. So great website that Joe came up with, facilitated for the rest of us to enjoy and use. So pretty talented guy with the technology, extremely talented on the water, skiing open, pro and wakes, skiing open and tricks, hit a trick score this year. Here we go. We got Joe Lovato coming up backwards. Pass number 2, setting up in the left curl. Going from left to right. There's pass number 1. Nice solid 1-foot cross. Digging in. Good. He's skiing aggressive. There's 3. Got number 4. There's 5. Nice and tight. There's 6. Skiing him nice and clean and fast. 7. 8. Yeah, he's flying. That's a nice run for Joe Lovato. Not seeing any bobble. Looks totally in control there. Skiing into the wind. Good strong pass for Joe Lovato on number 2. We've got coming up Ben Groen, Paul Stokes, and Keith St. Ange. Then we're going to move into the men's 1 wake slalom event, which will be our last event of the day. After that, we'll be presenting medals for the events that took place today that have not received medals. Next skier on the water is going to be international skier Ben Groen out of New Zealand, one of the best instructors in the world. Calls the World Barefoot Center in Florida his home for the time being. Last night over a couple beers, I think a few of our U.S. skiers almost had him talked into defecting to the U.S. so he could be on the U.S. team next year at Worlds. Ben's 24. He's from Waterski, New Zealand, now living in Winter Haven. Been skiing for 18 years. Favorite event is jump. Biggest water ski influence is his dad, Robbie Groen. Here we go. Ben Groen coming in forward, skiing right to left from the judge's view. Nice 1-foot cross. Number 2, there's number 3, nice clean 1. Number 4, number 5, good transition for Ben. Got that World Barefoot Center form going there. Looking good. That nice sweeping parallel thighs, knees close together, quick transition. Really good for run for Ben Groen. Ben's posted some scores in the high 17s at the 2012 World Barefoot Championships. Posted a 17.8 in the wake slalom event. And then more recently here in the Southern Regionals put up a 16.7. 17.4 but in last year's Cooler by the Lake. Best score that he's had here in a couple of years. You know, Ben will be training hard for next year's World Championships to be hosted here at Blue Moo Lake in Alma Center, Wisconsin. Make your vacation plans now. It's the end of August, 2016. What was Ben Groen's score? That was an 8.2 on the first pass for Ben Groen. If your name is Groen and you're from New Zealand, you're a barefooter. We've got Ben Groen coming up backwards. Pass number 2. Skiing out to the right side of the wake. Going to be crossing from right to left from the judge's view. Setting up in the curl. Testing the water. And there he goes, 1 foot. Nice 1 foot cross. Skiing clean back and forth. Nice fast transitions for Ben Groen. He's setting down, picking right up. Flying, good pace for Ben Groen. Interesting form there. Skis a little upright. I can see the bend in the elbows. He's pulling the handle up the back a little bit, but seems to work pretty well for him. Standing up both passes, Ben Groen, New Zealand. That's a 16.4 score, composite score for 2 passes for Ben Groen. Next on the water is going to be Open Pro Division skier Paul Stokes. Paul, former elite team member, has put up huge numbers in the past. Paul has skied into the 18s in this event. Had an 18.8 at the 2002 Midwest Regionals. That's his all-time best score in the wake slalom event. More recently, had a 17.6 at the 2014 Regionals. So, as we mentioned yesterday, Paul took 5 years off between 2005 and 2010, and has come back and is skiing this event as good as he ever has. So, we're going to definitely see him at the World Championships next year, maybe as a senior team member, also as a individual competitor, maybe in the elite division. With the scores he's putting up in wake slalom, he's got a lot of opportunity to do a lot of skiing at the World Championships. So here we go. Paul Stokes, number 1, coming in forward. There it is, cross number 1. There's 2, 3, 4. Nice 1 foot crosses. Good transition for Paul Stokes. staying low, very consistent. Got the body position locked down. Skiing end to end, Paul Stokes. Nice pass, number 1. Clay Bourbonnais, please report to the towboat for the next event. Okay, that was an 8.2 first pass score for Paul Stokes. 8.2. That's ties the 8.2 pass that Ben Groen had on his first pass. Excellent pass by Paul Stokes. Setting up for pass number 2. We've got one more skier. You don't want to take your eyes off the lake for this guy. We've got the world record holder, Keith St. Onge, on deck. You may see a 10 plus out of Keith. The best forward pass we've seen today is an 8.6 out of Brendan Page. Seen a couple 8.2s, 8.1 out of Joe Lovato on a forward pass. Hi there. Really? Oh, these are for the age division.
There's still, and then this is for men's. Okay. There's 2 potential records in men's 5 slalom. Joe and Richard. Isn't that cool? There you go. That's what you got.
Thank you. So we're going to do those. Are we going to do the awards after men's 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We've got Paul Stokes coming up on pass number 2.
For the men's 5 slalom and the men's 4 tricks, yes. I don't know
Okay.
about men's.
All right. Setting up in the right curl. Going after it. 1 foot cross. There's number 2. Number 3. 4. Good, clean. Nice job by Paul Stokes. Picking up plenty early. Carrying it all the way through the wake. Nice, clean crosses. Scoring them all, looks like. Nice back to front turn at the end. I think he's going to be happy with that. So Paul Stokes standing them up end to end, both passes. And our final skier, world record holder in this event, Keith St. Onge. After this event, we're going to run the men's 1 wake slalom event. That'll be the last event of the day. However, after that event, we're going to present the awards for men's 4 tricks and men's 5 slalom. Little update on the age division standings. So the top 5 men's and top 5. That's a 16.2 score for Paul Stokes. Definitely should give him a spot in the finals. The age division standings. So the top 5 men, top 5 women in the age divisions will compete for an age division overall title in those events by the end of the week here. And in the current standings for the women's and girls tricks, in the 5th position, Lauren Landry with an 880-point score. Cameron Ellers with 910. Jennifer Blake with 1,090 points. Carol Jackson with 1,250. And our top-seeded woman in that event is going to be Sarah Malepsky with 1,260 points. Got the towboat coming up with world overall champion and record holder Keith St. Onge coming up forward. Setting up on the right side of the curl. There it is. Quick 1 foot cross, just carving it. Beautiful job by Keith St. Onge. Got that sharp angle, nice and tight. It's that world barefoot center form. Nice parallel tight thighs, knees close together, not opening up too much in the crotch area. Just keeps it nice and tight and consistent. Another solid run for Key St. Ange. The women's girls slalom age division standings. Carol Jackson with the 5th slot, 6.3. Cameron Ellers in the 4th slot with a 6.35. Betsy Gilman in the 3rd slot with a 7.7. Alex Youngblood with the 2nd slot, with the 1st slot, she's at an 8.3, and Sarah Malepsky in the 2nd slot with an 8.2, qualifying for the women's slalom age division competition. The men's boys tricks age division standings. Holding on to the 5th slot with 2,500 points, Jim Forrester. Mark McCulley in the 4th slot with 2,570 points. Chris McWaters in the 3rd slot with 2,700 points. Paul Stokes in the 2nd slot with 2,000. That's a 10.2 pass for Keith St. Ange. Incredible score as usual. And in the top spot for men's boys tricks age division, Landon Ellers with the pending national record score of 4,200 points in men's 1. For the men's boys slalom age division standings, we've got the Shankster, Mike Shanky, hold on to the 5th slot with 10.6. Rick Stenson the 3rd with 12.0 in the 4th slot. We've got Jim Youngblood with a 12.4. We've got Richard Witzel tied with Jim Youngblood with a 12.4. We've got Joe Knapp with a 12.7. And Kenny Kestner with a 13.0 in the top slot. Keith St. Ange, pass number 2, coming up forward, position turn to the back. And here we go. Quick first start. There's 1, there's 2. He's carving it up. Picking up, setting down, going for it. Keith St. Ange got a great rhythm going here. Judges are wearing out their pencils. There he goes. Nice and consistent. Back to front. Nice pass for Keith St. Ange. That concludes the International and Open Pro Wake Slalom event. We're going to be moving on shortly to the men's 1 Wake Slalom competition. Following that event, we're going to present medals here on site. And then I'm going to announce the men's boys jump division.
What was that? Did you say 9.2 on that pass? What was Keith St. Ange's score?
20.2. 10.2 plus 10, 20.2.
That was a 10.0 pass for Keith St. Ange on pass number 2 for a composite score of 20.2. 20.2. The age division positions for men's boys jump. In the 5th spot with a 9.6 meter jump, Don Stope. In the 4th position with a 10.2 meter jump, Chris Rinke, tied in that position with a 10.2, David Wheeler. In the 2nd position for the men's boys age division jump with a 10.4 meter jump, Rick Stenson. And your top seed in the age division jump with a 10.5 meter jump is Bill Lindemann. Again, we're going to run the Men's 1 wake slalom event. Last event of the day. We've got 7 skiers in that event. We're going to present the awards for men's 4 tricks and men's 5 wake slalom immediately after that event. So skiers in the men's 4 and men's 5 events, please report to the medal podium area immediately following this event. Our top-seeded skier in this event is going to be Landon Ellers, sitting on a 12.0 personal best score. 7 skiers in this division. We're going to start it off with Zach McCulley, followed by Josh Brem, then Samuel Brem, Josh Hemker, Andrew Trottier, Matthew Martin, and our 7th skier in the event, Landon Ellers. Beer tent open yet there, Max? Bless you. Beer tent open?
We'll find out.
That's right. Thought I would give him a little plug here. First skier on the water, Zach McCulley, 19 years old, out of Louisville, Ohio. Been skiing for 8 years. Got a couple family members here today skiing. Dad Mark and sister Lexi. Favorite interests are sleeping, Netflix, and chilling with his buddies. He's a freshman in college at Kent University. Zach is skiing out of the eastern region these days. Actually, Ohio's in the Midwest region, but chose to ski the eastern region this year. Started skiing tournaments in 2008. Took a couple years off between 2012. Came back this year, skied the 2015 Eastern Regionals in men's 1. Has skied boys 2 and boys 3 divisions in the past. Yours? I don't know if they... Hang on, Willie. They never gave me a score for you. I know. We got to get these guys whipped up in the boat because we're not consistent. The crews aren't consistently... We asked Andrea that. We got a half-hour explanation. And it was like, you got to multiply by the wind speed by 35, divide the lake temperature by 2, add them together, multiply it by the average boat speed of the group, and then figure out who's got the biggest tool in the shed. No, I'd have to say you're in, pal. Yeah. Well, we had, here I can, yeah, absolutely. We're going to pick up Zach McCulley. First skier off the dock, men's 1 wake slalom. Got a 2.0 personal best seating score. Has skied 2.5 a couple times at the Canadian National Championships back in 2011.
Cody fell.
Jordan scratched.
Cody fell. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Put me
Yep.
down for 14 and see what I would do.
So he's got Waters at a 7-2, and then he went down, so he had an 8-2 total. So then we had these are Stokes had a 16-2, Page with a 16-8, 16-4, Ben, but I don't know how these international guys figure it.
Really? Paige had a 16-8? Holy.
No, 16-6 for him.
And let's say I was, you don't have, Cody went down.
I think he did. Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. No.
Are you sure? No, I think he did. He went down on the second one.
The third?
Yeah.
See, I don't
yeah.
watch the ski. He was in front of me.
Yep.
He was in front of me.
Yeah, he did.
He did his ski.
Josh, we got video
Can
just
I
went down.
scratch
Just
this?
went black. Should we pull the skier?
I don't know, why did he choose not to ski, do you know?
They put him in another division.
He's skiing his H division or
Yeah.
open instead of open pro? Is that what you got 14 for? Okay.
It was from my own doing. He got,
Or something?
so there's 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10 people.
So we don't do. It sounds like Andrea said something about you don't do odd numbers, so they would take 6.
Instead, they take 5. If this was 11, it'd be 12. They'd take 6. But this is 5. So you got 1, 2, 3.
Skier in the water, Zach McCulley coming up forward, pass number 1. And there's a 2-foot cross. 2-foot cross hung up on the wake there on number 2. There's 3-foot cross or a third pass on 2 hung up. So he's got a 3 crosses looks like in time. That's a 1.5. Sitting on a personal best at 2.2. I'm expecting he's probably going to come back on 2, try to beat that. Try to get a better full credit score on a second pass. Zach is from Louisville, Ohio. Just graduated this year from Perry High School. So 1.5 first pass score for Zach McCulley. Next skier on the water is going to be Josh Brem after Zach McCulley takes his second and final pass. Again, we're going to present medals for men's 4 and men's 5 here at the podium immediately following this event. I think they're coming. Oh, that's right. We got Zach McCulley coming up again forward, trying to improve on that 1.5. There he goes. He's cutting across the wake. First cross. Good transition on 2. Coming back on 3. Seems a little slower on the reverse side. Going from his right to or his left to his right. He's getting through the wake much quicker. He might have improved on his score there. That might have been a 2.0. So it's going to be pretty close to a personal best score for Zach McCulley. Next skier on the water, Josh Brem, 20 years old, out of College Station, Texas, from the South Central region. He's only been barefooting for 2 years. Brother Sam and Dad Scott are skiing. Sam's going to be on the water immediately following Josh here, so we got a little head-to-head sibling competition going. The biggest water skiing influence is his dad. He enjoys trick skiing and riding motorcycles and building cars. And he's on the Texas A&M Waterski team. Josh has consistently hit his PB here this year. He waked his PB at the Wichita Hotfoot tournament back in June, and then went out and hit that same score at the 2015 South Central Regionals in July. So consistent wake slalom skier this season. Bumped the score up, doubled it from his first tournament here this year at the 2015 UBC, and he did ski the 2014 Nationals last year. Second year of tournament skiing for Josh Brem. Josh Brem coming up on the water, pass number 1, cheeking out to the right side of the wake, changing his mind, standing up right behind the wake, skiing out to the right, setting up for cross number 1, and there he goes, 2-foot cross, coming right back on another 2-foot cross. It's another 2-foot cross, picking up a foot, giving it an effort, looked like a tag, and looks like he's close to getting that 1-foot cross down. He got about halfway through the wake and just couldn't hold it, looked like a tag. Probably not going to get a full credit 1-point cross for that, but having only skied tournaments for 2 years, I would think, based on what I just saw, next year he'll be scoring those front 1-foot crosses. If you haven't had lunch, concession stand is open. Chef Polino's serving up the goods.
Is the beer tent open?
For Josh, first pass, 2.3.
That's a 2.3 first pass score for Josh Brem. I'm guessing we're going to see a back pass here. He's holding on to a 4.13 personal best, all-time personal best. He's going to come up backwards. I'm guessing we'll see some 2-foot backward crosses out of Josh Brem on pass number 2. Josh Brem got the handle, rope going tight. I look for him to roll over, and nope. Coming up forward, Josh Brem. So not sure if he doesn't do the back wakes or before was getting credit for his 1-foots, and that's what pushed his personal best to 4-point. But we'll see what he does here. If he can top that skiing into the wind, Josh Brem, there's a 2-foot cross. Another 2-foot cross. Looks like, oh, yeah, he's trying to hold it. He was picking that 1 foot up, just couldn't get it up high enough. Skipped out on the other side of the wake. So we got 2 crosses for Josh Brem. That's not going to be his highest scoring pass. He's going to get 25% of that cross, which is probably going to be, I'm guessing, a .25. I think he had a first cross for .5, a second cross for .5 for a 1, 25% of 1, .25. I'm guessing we're going to see a 2.55 out of Josh Brem. Next skier on the water is going to be brother to the current skier here, Josh Brem. It's Samuel Brem with a 7.85 personal best seating score. Sam Brem is 22 years old out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. 18 years old. Good guy to get to know. He's brews his own beer at home. And he's got some pictures of himself with some alpacas in Peru this summer that he's dying to show you. What would you rather see, a picture of Sam Brem with some alpacas in Peru, or would you rather see Brendan Page on top of big orange moose? Sam Brem coming up on pass number 1. Sitting on a 7.85. That's his all-time personal best score in wake slalom. He recently set here a few weeks ago at the 2015 South Central Regionals. Looking to improve on 7.85, Sam Brem. Pass number 1. And there's, nice 1-foot cross. That was fast. Nice transition for Sam Brem. Coming back. He's got a good pace going here on 1 foot. Going to keep that up. He's going to bust that personal best score here. Nice job, Sam Brem. Good sit-down transition pick up there. Keeping those legs nice and tight, parallel thighs. Good clean run for Sam Brem. Definitely going to put Sam in the top position here in the medals consideration for the men's 1 event, with Josh Hemker on deck, who's got a personal best score very close to Sam Brem's, a 7.9 versus a 7.85. That's a 5.8 pass for Sam Brem. Nice pace. Puts him in the lead. Men's 1 medal positioning. Got Sam Brem in the water, pass number 2. I'm expecting we'll see some backward skiing out of Sam. He's got the rope, and he's electing to come up forward. Okay, so Sam Brem coming up forward, going to get 25% of his lower scoring pass, full credit for his highest scoring pass. There's a test in the wakes. There, he's got a nice 1 foot going. Pass 1. There's pass 2 with a 1. Good solid 1 foot on pass 3. Good consistent rhythm going here. Went down on number 5. Got back up, made a beautiful crossing on number 6. Went down on butt tagged and lost his balance on, I think, cross number 5. But then got right back on it with a beautiful cross on pass number 6 there. So could be a 5.5 if it was in time. Had a 5.8 on his last pass, so that's not going to be his best pass. Going to get 25% of that last pass. running way ahead of schedule here. This event was scheduled for 3:20. It's 12:40. It is. Next skier on the water is going to be Josh Hemker. We've got 4 more skiers left in this event. We're done with the skiing for today. We're going to have medals for all of the men's 4, men's 5 events that were skied today, along with the men's 1 wake slalom event here that we're finishing up. Rest of the afternoon we have off, and then there's going to be a dinner at Castle Hill Supper Club tonight for the prime rib special. If you're interested in joining the group, family, friends, tourists, spectators, everybody's welcome. Please request a reservation below at the scores booth under the announcer's tower. Josh Hemker with the 7.9 seed.
Where do you sign up for that dinner thing?
Yeah, just go down below. I think somebody's calling in a reservation. Current medal positions for men's 1, we've got Zach McCulley with the bronze, Josh Brem with the silver, Sam Brem with the gold. Josh Hemker coming up past number 1. There's a nice first cross on 1 foot. Good transition back on 1. Nice first cross. Little different style, pulling in on the handle a little bit. Seems to be working out okay for him. Keeping over the top of that foot. Seems to have a nice pace going. Nice job for Josh Hemker. Oh, was?
Yeah, we saw one guy really running fast.
So that was Matthew Martin on that first pass. We're running a little out of order. We're running way ahead of schedule here. This event. Did I hear 7.2? That was a great run. That was actually Matthew Martin. 7.2. First pass score for Matthew Martin, 7.2. That actually lifts him into the gold medal position. Puts Sam Brem into the silver position. Drops Josh Brem into the bronze position.
So just him left, or?
No, I think these guys, I just heard Andrew Trotty running down the dock. We're 3 hours ahead of schedule. I don't think these guys realized we were going to bump things up.
Kind of good. We're 3 hours ahead. I mean,
Yeah.
and early today.
So we'll be out of here.
Starting at like noon or something on Saturday.
Yeah, tomorrow we got 8 a.m. start again.
Probably.
Getting ready for Matthew Martin's second pass. Hey, switch there, please. Thanks, buddy. Matthew Martin setting up for pass number 2, coming up backwards. Might see a PB here out of Matthew Martin. Posting a 7.2 on pass 1. Going for the 2-foot crosses. There's number 2. Got a good transition going. There's 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're going to see a 10.2. Probably a 3, probably 6 crosses on 2 feet for a 3, right around that 10.2 score, which is just under his personal best. We'll see what the judges see. Three more skiers in this event. We're going to present the medals for men's 4 and men's 5. By that time, we'll have the scores for this event. We'll present the awards for men's 1. Blake Keller's going to be conducting a farm tour after this event. If you're interested in taking an excellent farm tour, please meet over by the announcer's tower. 3.
Are we doing site familiarization today, Max?
We're going to have site familiarization right after the award ceremony, and we are going to have flyboard available for today.
Beer tent open then? Is the beer tent open?
I don't know if that's the Minnesota Barefooters. They're in charge of that.
That's WBC one.
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. All I know is my local crew ain't.
Keith's over there drinking up the profits.
There you go.
After that 20.2.
Damn, we keep getting wind on that season flagpole. Yeah, we gotta get some winds out of the north.
So are we back in order here, I wonder? Or we got Josh Hemker, Andrew Trottier, or Landon Ellers? Who is it? Is Hemker a scratch then? Andrew Trottier?
Looks like we're going to have Andrew Trottier coming up next with a 10.0 seed score. And here we go. Andrew Trottier coming up forward. Pass number 1. Setting up in the left curl. There's a 1 foot cross. Another 1 foot cross. Another 1 foot cross. Cross number 4 looks good. 5. 6. Looks like a solid pace for Andrew Trottier. I think he got through those 2 and 3. I wasn't sure if there was a little early set down. We'll see what the judge sees, but all 1 foot crosses. Andrew Trottier's 24 years old from Webster, Massachusetts. He's been skiing for 12 years. Skiing is he's here with his grandfather, Len Tremblay, who we saw win some medals earlier in the tournament. Pretty cool to see a granddad and grandson here skiing together. Great pass for Andrew Trottier. That's a 6.2. So he got full credit for all those crosses. And so he had 6 1 foot crosses and then a transition on 1 foot for a 6.2. That's at this point going to position him for the silver medal. That's going to bump Sam Brem down to the bronze. We got Matthew Martin somewhere in the 10.2 range holding on to the gold. Andrew Trottier in the water. Going to come up backwards. Going to see some 1 foots, I imagine. And he's rolling over. Rope's tight. Here comes the backwards plant. And he's up. Skiing out to the left side of the wake. Setting up in the curl. There it is. That's a 2 foot cross. A 2 foot cross. He's going for the 2 foot crosses. There's cross number 4. 5 looks to be about a 6 pace. Cross number 6. Going to see at least probably a 3.0 second pass score, maybe a little better for Andrew Trottier. looking to get a little over 9. It's going to put him in the silver medal position currently. Matthew Martin holding on to the gold with a 10.2. Got the world slalom champ here sitting next to me, Keith St. Ange, just finished with a 20.2 run. Congratulations, Keith.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you. Yeah, it was. Thank you, Rod. Yeah, my voice doesn't carry quite as nice as yours does. You got that, radio voice. But yeah, thanks. It was fun. It was nice getting out there finally in the Blue Moo, and I didn't think the water was as bad as it really looks.
Boy, the skiers are making it look pretty good here. One of the things I've enjoyed, it's almost gotten to the point where I can look at a skier's skiing form and then not even look at their sheets and realize they've skied at WBC. There's this really nice, some of the things you've taught me years ago is keeping parallel thighs, keeping the knees closer together, not cracking and opening up into a big V on those front crosses. I see those guys consistently doing that. They just look so clean and fast, and we've been seeing that out of you for years. I just absolutely love that style, and the scoring and the points these guys are putting up, it just speaks for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're out there doing slalom, it's so important to have a really tight core. You're just squeezing that core the whole time, the whole position. I mean, every time you drive on the water, the boat wants to pull you out of position. Even yourself driving wants to pull you out of position. So tightening that core, literally holding your breath, which it sounds kind of funny, but that's kind of a way you tighten the core. You hold your breath, you tighten your core, and you take a breath after that. So yeah, it's important, and we do a lot of water time down at the WBC. Fortunately, we have good weather down there for that, and all the guys, everybody that comes down, of course, they ski hard, they ski good. We ski a lot, and they're showing it out here on the water. They're skiing really well and holding their position good.
Yeah, one of the things that amazes me, Keith, at this tournament, I'm looking at these skiers. I'm seeing skiers that have been on the water 2 years, and they're skiing here at Nationals. And in a year's time or within 2 weeks, they're either doubling their wake scores or adding 2 full points to their wake scores. I mean, it's just amazing to see the fast progression of some of these skiers. And there's just, a testament to having good training and really being able to focus on what you need to do to get to the next level.
And again, and everybody knows this, it's all about water time, right? The more time you spend on the water, the better you're going to be. I mean, look at the Hellers here. They built this beautiful lake. These guys, they spent a lot of time out here training, right, Mr. Blake? Yep. And look at them. They're skiing awesome. They're doing well and killing it. So here we go. Landon Ehlers coming down for his first pass.
Landon Ehlers setting up on the left side of the wake, facing the skier. Got a 1-foot cross going. Nice second pass on one. Number 3 on one. Skiing clean. Got a good rhythm going here. Another WBC skier here.
Yeah, Landon's been with us for the last year. He came in being pretty much our video guy, making all the videos you see posted out there on the internet and on our channel on YouTube, and he does a fabulous job with that. Then we kind of changed his job into doing a little bit of that and flyboard. He does a lot of the flyboard stuff now. We have a little flyboard school there off the side, and he does that. He's into that. He's doing his backflips and all this cool stuff now. So that's pretty neat. But yeah, he's been there. He's been working hard. He's had his up and downs. He's had a couple of knee injuries. He's blown his eardrum out a couple times. So he'll ski good, and then he'll kind of go downhill for a little while, ski good. And at this tournament right now, I mean, he's skiing the best he ever has. 4,200 in tricks yesterday. He jumped, not his PB, but he jumped really well. And now slalom, if he can put a slalom together, I think that front run, along with this and a simple, easy back run for him, will cinch that overall title in the men's 1 division.
Yeah, he's the reigning men's 1 national overall champion, and just what you pointed out. So here's a guy, 21-year-old record, Paul Stokes for men's 1 trick, comes out, wasn't even really close. A lot of these records fall. It's 30 points, 50 points. I mean, I think Paul's record was 3,900, beat it by 300 points. Just a great trick event for Landon. Talking to Blake, his dad, yesterday before the jump event, with the inverted jumpings, been a little inconsistent on the landing, comes out, makes 3 jumps, lands 2 inverted jumps, puts up the top score there. I mean, just a great tournament for Landon. You could really see how he's on the way up. His skiing's just really taken off.
Yeah, and he definitely deserves it. You know, he put his time in before he even got to us for years. Him and his dad have skied it in Austin, Texas for years and years. I remember having him in clinics when he was about 10 years old. I couldn't even get him to ski. He didn't even want to ski. He didn't even want to be out there in the boat. Had to twist his arm and make him get in the water and the whole thing. And, you know, years later, after traveling a bunch with his family and come to these tournaments, he has really found his passion and grasped the sport and has figured out a lot of things. We call him, our joke is the baby giraffe. He's all arms, all legs out there. But let's check him out here in his back run. He's gonna try to get that back arched. He's gonna tighten that core. And here's number 1, nice and clean. Number 2, might be a little early there. Number 3, looking good. Number 4, there we go. He kind of had that bobble. He does every once in a while. 5 could be early. I mean, he's, backwards wakes for him. This is probably one of the toughest things for him right now. He'll be happy with that. It wasn't exactly what he wanted, but he'll be happy with it. He's doing good. Again, we need to make him do about, 500 more of those, and he'll have it figured out.
Yeah, he had a good pace going there. Saw a good head-up posture, good pull coming through the hips, had that handle out like you've always taught us. Got a little tall on one, as you pointed out, and that slowed him down a little bit. But, standing it up, skiing into the wind, got to be happy with that. He needed a 10-2 roughly to take over the top spot. Gonna score the top spot, obviously, with that amazing trick score. Jump, that jump was the age division jump.
It was.
So he's got a lot of margin, standing up two wake passes, it's got to be a slam dunk for.
Yeah, and he just told me, he's open in jump and tricks now, so that's gonna make him open in slalom as well now by default. If you're in 2 out of the 3 open, the third one automatically brings you into that same event.
Right. So with that, the way the jumping went yesterday, and the tricks, what are the possibilities for Landon at Worlds next year? He's got to be, the way his skiing's progressing, that's going to be a reality, a quite potential serious opportunity.
I'm sure it is as of now. Before this, I don't know how much he was thinking about it, but after you put a score on the board for 4,200 points and jumps pretty good, I mean, everything's starting to really come now. So I'm sure he's kind of looking at the big picture and going, okay, let's see here. The Worlds, yeah, maybe I can actually, qualify for Worlds and ski at a World Championships, which is, obviously his goal, and he would love to do it. So we'll have to see. After this tournament, everything settles, we'll have to talk to him and say, okay, what's the game plan going forward?
Yeah, and with the trick run yesterday, multiples. So you're a guy, 720s and stuff. What's the hardest point? Has he gotten past that? Now he's doing multiples. Is it easier? Is he gotten past the hard part? Getting past the 360s, is it going to be easier for him to get to the 540s and maybe a 720, or where does he need to go from there with getting those trick points up to the next level?
Yeah. Well, what usually happens, when people start doing their turns and then their multiple turns is the inconsistency factor. They're up and down. They'll have a great tournament. He put a huge score on the board, and next tournament, they might fall in their first multiple turn. So consistency is going to be the major thing here. If he can keep on doing the run he did at a consistent level, then we know, okay, let's move it up. Let's move him up to the next stage. Let's do the 540s. Let's do the 720s. We will practice the 540s and the 720s. We'll practice that, not for credit. We'll just do it in that rotation, kind of one turn at a time and get him used to going in that direction. Swampy usually has us doing 1080s. It's not even in the rule book, but the guys go down there and we'll do a 1080. If you can do a 1080, Swamp says, a 720 is easy. So, we'll start working him in that direction and see how he looks. Obviously, you're only allowed to do 4 multiples in each pass now. New rule this year, 8 total, which has been the same for a while. But it forces these skiers to start learning line turns and 1-foot turns and toe turns and all this stuff. So he has, he's got a lot of new things he can work on coming up.
Yeah, with the rule changes that we've seen, have we hit the wall with the world record, or is there still opportunity to set new records? Where's that going to go in the future?
No, there's definitely opportunities to set new world records. The funny thing is this, a world record has not been passed over, I think it's been 5 years now. There's been a couple rule changes to make things a little more difficult. We're all getting a little older. The guys, Dave and I, that are kind of on top right now. So, we're still trying to ski clean, but sometimes we're not skiing as clean as we need to be. But there's a lot of new point values that were passed this year with line turns and 1-foot turns and toe turns and multiple turns. Everything's kind of new. So you're going to see some world records here in the future. I did a pending world record a couple weeks ago at the regionals, 12,750. It did not pass. So, no, there's potential. David Small has a run together right now that gets him to 13,000, 14,000 range. I mean, so we're still going to be pushing the envelope as far as the 14,000 points goes. I have kind of pulled back on my skiing as far as pushing the envelope going. As my age now, I pulled back a little bit and say I'm going to go into kind of maintenance stage and let's see if I can maintain what I've learned over the last several years. But no, there's the sport will continue to press on, and new barriers will be broken.
Yeah, it's for someone who's followed it for a long time. Remember the first time I think Ron Scarpa broke 9,000. People thought there's no way it's ever going to go any higher. Nobody's ever going to break 10. We saw 10 fall. We saw 11 fall. 12. It's just been an incredible progression of how people like yourself have taken the sport, done tricks that we've never seen, and just transformed the sport, brought it forward. It's been incredible to watch.
The skiing is getting cleaner. Skiing is getting faster. We're much more efficient than we used to be. No more, falling over on toe turns and flopping over on line turns. It's all clean and crisp. So yeah, you're still a lot to see in the sport, I think.
So with Worlds coming up next year, we think of you and Worlds, and every time I watch Rocky and I see Rocky go to Russia and train out in the snow in some cottage in some desolate place, I remember stories about you and Swampy going out to a special place, totally away from everything to focus and concentrate on your skiing. Do you guys still do that sort of a training regimen?
Well, yeah, where we're from is northern New Hampshire, and that is away from everything. So yeah, we always had good training up there, and we could focus on the things we needed to. No, nowadays, down in Florida and Winter Haven, we have a beautiful lake to ski on, several to pick from. We have a lot of skiers to ski with that are down at the school and skiing there. So no, none of us will do that. The boys will hit the gym in the winter. I'll do my kind of CrossFit things here and there. So no, nothing like that. We don't go to any high elevation like some of the MMA wrestlers do and all that stuff. But no, we'll just do what we've always done. We'll get water time. We'll train hard. We'll be smart about it, and prepare the best we can.
Okay, thanks. Great commentary, Keith. Good luck to you. Congratulations on an outstanding score. I'm going to turn the mic over here to Blake Heller. He's going to round up the gang who ever wants to do a dairy tour. He's going to give you the information. Blake?
Okay, boys and girls, time to go visit the moo cows. If you're in the mood, meet my chubby butt right below the ouncer store right now.
And I think, is that all the skiing there is for today?
We're done skiing for
the
today.
Live streaming people watching, because people are really enjoying this right now. I'm getting a lot of texts from people all over the place. A good friend of a lot of ours here, David Harper from New Orleans. He just had cancer. He had surgery. He's in the hospital. He's recovering. So we're praying for him there. But he's watching this, and he's like, thank you guys so much for getting the live feed up, man. I'm missing everybody. Say hi to everybody. This is great watching it, sitting here, recovering, and he's enjoying it. So just to let them know, is there anything else scheduled for the rest of the day? Or
for the rest of the day, no, we're going to go into the awards here, and then we're going to have preliminary. We can have site familiarization skiing if you want to do that. Sign up, head down to the starting dock. We're going to have flyboarding. Maybe you can have Landon Ellers, now that he's done skiing, come out and show us his stuff.
Yeah, you know what? He's actually going to be teaching this flyboarding, and he's going to give us a little show. He's pretty amazing on this thing, so I think it's going to be worth sticking around and getting these guys out there after the awards, and or after. Are they doing that after the awards, and then it'll be flyboarding and then site familiarization? Is that how they're going to do it?
Yes.
Okay, so stick around, and Landon, I'm sure, will give a little show first. And maybe Shane Heller's pretty awesome on that thing, too. If he's around, I'm sure he'll get out there.
So, again, I want to, go back, wish your friend Dave from Louisiana all the best. Let him know that we're all thinking of him up here, wishing him a speedy recovery. hang in there, big guy.
Yep, absolutely. So skiing is done for the day. As far as live stream goes, we have a lot of wind coming in, as you can see. It's supposed to blow a lot harder. It's supposed to be blowing at 16 miles an hour. So I think we got done what we needed to today. The next 2 days, the weather forecast is absolutely amazing. It's going to be hardly any winds, 90s. So we're going to be seeing a lot of good skiing, I have a feeling. We're going to have the night jumping on Saturday. That will be on the live stream as well. That stuff's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? Are you excited to ski in under the lights here?
Yeah, we don't get that opportunity too often. So anytime we do it, it's a blast. I mean, it's fun. It's not as hard as people would think. I think the hardest part about the whole event is doing a deep water start in pure blackness. It's dark, you can't see anything, you're just kind of feeling around, going by braille and stand up. But the cool thing is when you're way down there in the dark, you can see the jump perfectly lit up, you can see the buoys, you can see everything. The next hardest part is the landing. Even though the landing zone is lit up, you can't really focus on it as you would on a nice sunny day.
So the timing, hard to see where you're spotting the landing, don't know when it's coming.
Exactly. I mean, you can kind of see it, but it's hard to focus on it. But as far as coming up to the jump, it's safe. It's fine. You can see the jump. It's all lit. It's a white surface, so it's not that bad. But no, I'm looking forward to that. It's always a good time. It changes the playing field a little bit, but it's fun. It's a blast.
Yeah, we're expecting a good crowd for that. I'm had discussions with a lot of previous skiers who've competed at nationals and worlds, and they're making the trek over. They're excited to see that final on Saturday, see what it's all about under the lights. We're going to have a band on site, a DJ. It's going to be a party. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, I mean, how can you beat that? The DJ, people love music. They love the entertainment. I think the skiers even get to pick their own introductory song. So before you actually get out there in the water, they'll play your song that pumps you up, gets you in the mood, and then you're off. So yeah, you get the DJ, we got music, we get the jumping. Of course, we're going to sell beer on site. The World Barefoot Center, we actually sponsored that tent this year. So I think it's just going to be fun for everybody to hang out, watch, spectate, have a good time, music, action on the water. I mean, everything is there. I think this is going to be pretty cool. And, obviously the live streaming people can watch too. People around the world will be watching that.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the way it's set up. So first time in over 20 years, we are not having a skier-only banquet, skiers with families, whatever, where we go and have dinner and present medals. We're going to invite everybody, the whole public, to come and enjoy the last day at Nationals. It's going to be a party, totally different venue than what we've done in the past. More the merrier. People, anybody can come out, have fun, intermingle with the skiers, get to know about the sport, get to know the personalities. It's going to be a blast.
Exactly, and I think we're going to even have that hot seat, as some people saw yesterday. So whoever's in the lead on their jump will sit in the old hot seat. That means he's the leader or she's the leader, and we're gonna be interviewing those skiers. So people can kind of get their thoughts on what happened out there. What do you think is going to happen? We're going to get in their heads, which will be nice. And yeah, I think it's funny. It's first time we don't have a banquet in several years. It was kind of tough for me to even say no to that because I've always had a banquet. I've always been in my team suit, my team attire. John Kretschmann made me promise him years ago that I would always make sure that myself and the rest of the U.S. team would be in our blazers. And that was very prestigious for me. But, as time goes on, a lot of these younger people, banquets really aren't where it's at anymore. They're a little bored with it. They're long. They're time-consuming. The awards are given out for, an hour. I know some. I mean, I'm gonna miss it. There's no question about it. I love the whole. I like to dress up. I don't dress up often, but when I do, it is fun. And it's good to see everybody like that. But when it comes down to it, we need to do what's best for the sport. How can we promote our sport to more people, the mass, hopefully pull in sponsors, and so forth. So this is something new that we have to try. You've got to change with time, like I tell everybody. So hopefully this brings in a younger generation. I know we got a lot of the kids that ski the WBC. They're between 10 and 15 years old, and I think this is going to bring some excitement to them. Being able to ski at night, have the music going on, interviews, live stream. I think it's going to be really cool and something our sport needs to at least give it a try. We might do this and say, you know what, this is not working. This is not good. But let's give it a try first, and then figure it out.
Yeah, that's a great point. And as a young skier coming up, before I even learned to water ski, I used to go to Coors Light 3-event tours.
Pro bike
Place was
tour,
rocking,
yeah.
and get to see Bob Lapointe and Sammy Duvall and all these great skiers come on site, and just the enthusiasm that they brought to the show, and how much it made you want to get out and be a better skier. So I think we can do that with the venue that we're creating here. And you know what? As far as the dressing up and the Navy those Navy blazers are the equivalent of the green jacket at the Masters. Is the
Right.
way a lot of us think of it. And to see the team with the red, white, and blue ties and those jackets, hey, if you want to show up in your bum shorts and wear that jacket and tie, that'd be cool. So.
Yeah, and I'm not joking. When I saw, I saw my blazer hanging the other day. I mean, I literally, I'm not joking. I almost shed a tear. I saw that thing hanging there. I'm going, holy cow, I'm not going to be wearing that. But again, times have changed, and I think we're doing the right thing. So we'll see.
Okay. Okay, thanks. We're going to present the medals now for the men's 4 tricks event that was run earlier today, and the men's 5 wake slalom. Men's 4 and men's 5 skiers, please report to the medal podium area. Great. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, if you got some time and interest, you want to keep the dialogue going?
I do. I would like to do that.
So it's good, especially as more people come to site.
Yeah.
We're going to start pulling in people once they're not at work, towards try every day is going to kind of build, so it'd be good. Yeah, well, I can come down too and have the discussion.
It's easy for me to come up here. If I'm down there, I'm getting full of.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of other stuff I'd like to hear you talk about.
Yeah, we need to touch base on a lot of the history.
Yeah, it's kind of.
So yeah, we need to touch base on the history and where the sport's going, and ask me any questions.
Yeah, I got some ideas and thoughts. I want to talk to you about. You guys got the Student McDonald Award, right? Was it the Student McDonald? Banana George Award. So I want to talk to you guys about that, and some of the history about you knew Banana. For the 2 events, I do. Yes. Are we ready? So, but it'd be good to hear it, and then just there's some other things too. I haven't been at this a long time, just looking around the room and knowing, seeing what I witnessed over the years as far as the skier recruitment stuff. There's just a lot of things that have become really obvious, and to you, I think it is, but. We should have a conversation about that too. I mean, but that's a public conversation I want to have. Yeah. To kind of share some thoughts.
Same here. I get this one. Should I shut it off? How do you shut it off?
Yeah, I think you just hold it as it goes on. Take care of that. We're going to present the awards here for starting out with men's 4 tricks and then men's 5 wake slalom. He's going to be around. Yeah, he should be coming up. Keith said he's going to be doing
somebody else, right? Next event.
He's going to be doing the flyboarding after this, so he'll be coming up. Yep.
Did it stick official on your well, I think. I don't know. Some of that. I didn't want to get you too excited, but the way I heard it, that was the highest score I ever seen.
He still has the same cell phone as 5 years ago.
We're going to be announcing the men's 4 tricks medals, be awarding those medals here shortly. Then we're going to award the men's 5 wake slalom medals. We're going to have site familiarization skiing if anyone's interested. We're going to have some flyboarding. Landon Eller's going to put on a little demonstration. The WBC beer tent is open. If you're thirsty, concession stand is open. Once the medal presentation is done, if you're signed up for flyboarding, please head down to the boathouse. Once the flyboarding is done, we're going to offer site familiarization skiing. We're going to start out with the men's 5 wake slalom medals for the event that was skied earlier today. We had a very tight competition here for the bronze medal. Narrowly squeezing out the bronze medal by 0.2 of a point with an 8.8 in the wake slalom. In the bronze medal, Scott Brem. With the silver medal and a pending national record in men's 5 wake slalom with a score of 12.4, Richard Witzel. And your 2015 men's 5 wake slalom champion with a 12.7, another pending national record, Joe Knapp. Great job, gentlemen. Moving on to the awards for men's 4 tricks. Another close competition with only 10 points separating bronze and silver in this event. In the bronze medal position with 1,420 points, Blake Ellers. In the silver medal position with the score of 1,400. Nice job, guys. That concludes the award presentation for this afternoon. Again, if you're signed up for flyboarding, please report down to the boat shed. If you'd like to ski site familiarization, please sign up on below the tower here, and we'll do the site familiarization immediately after flyboarding. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 8 a.m., for another day of skiing. What's that, Andy?